Audience to keep your cell phones on either silent or off, one of the two. Thank you so much. It kind of disturbs us when the ringers go off. And I'd like to take 5 seconds today in remembrance of the people on 9/11 who passed away, their families and friends. So we'll do it now for 5 seconds. Thank you for that. All right. The Board of Zoning Adjustment for September 11th, 2024 is now in session. I'd like to thank all city staff who have prepared cases for us, your cases for us to hear today. They work very hard in what they do to present a fair and just case for us to make judgments on. Also, to my fellow members around the table here, thank you so much for your volunteerism. For those who don't know, this is an unpaid position. We're appointed by the mayor, but we are here to serve the city's business.
You didn't get a check?
What? Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't get a check from the mayor's office or anyone else. So, all right. So with that in mind, Anna, please confirm that city staff and the court reporters are ready to begin and explain the rules and procedures today.
Yep,
Thank you.
Everyone's here. So I'm going to describe the hybrid procedure for this meeting. For those online, there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting. We have attendees and panelists. So right now, the only panelists are commission members and city staff who are virtual. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in a case, you're going to use the raise hand function when the chair calls the case, and this will let city staff know that you wish to be promoted to a panelist position. If you are using Zoom on a web browser or a computer or a smartphone or an app, the Zoom app, you should see a black ribbon at the bottom of your screen. There's a hand icon. You're going to click that to raise your hand. When the promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion, and it is going to appear very temporarily that you've been disconnected from the meeting, but please don't panic. This is just Zoom switching you from a attendee to a panelist. If you are joining us via the app on a phone or a computer or a web browser, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name and the case number you're interested in. This helps with the promotion process. And we understand that if you're calling in on the phone, you can't change your name or, click the raise hand button. How you're going to signify to us that you wish to speak on a case is you're going to press the number star key followed by the number 9. And at the time of promotion, you're going to need to turn on your camera and microphone so that the board can see and hear you when it's time for you to speak. Unless if you're actively giving testimony, you need to be muted at all other times. For those in person, you're going to approach the microphone stand here in the corner of the room when it is time to give testimony. If you're in person, there's no need for you to also be in the Zoom meeting when there's lots of microphones going on at the same time. That can create some negative audio interference, and we want to minimize that. The following list applies to all testimony in person and virtual. The BZA secretary or their designated representative is going to identify you when it is time for you to speak. You must be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Applicants are going to, or their team is going to receive 15 minutes for their presentation. And all other members are going to receive 2 minutes if you are representing a single interest like yourself, or 5 minutes if you are the president of a neighborhood association, HOA, nonprofit, etc. Everyone, including board members and city staff, we ask that you speak directly into the mic Sometimes it's not working. As you can see right now, I'm very far away and it does appear to be working pretty well. But in case that situation changes, we have to speak very closely to the microphones. You will be hearing an alarm when your allotted time is over, so please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear that alarm. No repetitive or irrelevant testimony. And if you wish to admit any exhibits, you're going to need to have those exhibits ready on a jump drive or ready to share on your screen. Those can be a PowerPoint presentation, photos, maps, etc. And then if they're admitted into the case, you need to email them to the assigned planner for record-keeping purposes. And this is a reminder that the chat box online is only for questions about the agenda or logistical issues with Zoom. Merits of the case cannot be discussed in the chat box. And that concludes my hybrid meeting overview.
Thank you very much, Anna. And before we start to review cases, I'd like to swear in all city staff, members who are presenting or testifying today. If you're online, please on your camera and microphone. Do we have anyone online today, Anna? Okay, so everyone's here in the office. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
On Ananiski, I do. Connor.
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Stephanie Saldari, I do. Larissa Chambi, I do.
Alec Gustafson, I do.
James Duddy, I do.
It's everyone.
Thank you. And Anna, I'm going to turn it over to you to identify the continuances and or dismissals for today's cases.
Yes, as listed on the docket, the Board of Zoning Adjustment is taking items 1 through 18 today, and then 19 through 36 are going to be heard on Friday. So the cases to be continued for today's hearing is docket item number 9. This is case CD BZA 2024-15. This is a request to appeal zoning violations related to the storage of commercial vehicles in gravel parking areas on about 5 acres, generally located at 2804 Blue Ridge Boulevard. This is a continuance request to November 13th, still following the MPD process. That is the same with docket item 10, case CD BZA 2024-27. This is a request to appeal zoning violations related to outdoor storage, unapproved accessory structures, and an unpermitted use on about 5 acres, generally located at 2808 Blue Ridge Boulevard. It's a companion case to the one that I previously mentioned, continued to November 13th because they're still following the MPD process. Continuance of docket item 11. This is case CD SUP 2023-10. This is a request to approve a special use permit for a drive-through restaurant within the Main Street Corridor Overlay District on about 1 acre, generally located at 3255 Main Street. This is a continuance request for October 9th. And that concludes the continuances for this date.
Thank you. Do we have anyone in the audience or in the virtual audience who has any questions on these continuances or dismissals?
We have one person online with their hand raised.
Name for that?
It's Kristen Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, do you have any questions on the continuances just announced?
You're muted, Kristen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, Kristen Ellis Johnson. I represent the applicants in case number 32, which has been moved to Friday in the overflow. We have also requested to be continued to October 9th based on progress in the MPD process. And I just wanted to throw that into the mix. I'm not sure, since it's overflow, whether that's relevant to what you're deciding at this moment, but I wanted to make sure it was flagged.
We will rule on those overflow cases on Friday, but it's noted here that you would like to continue to the October meeting or November.
October is the request. Yes.
Okay, great. We'll rule on that on Friday, but you don't need to come back before us to request that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Johnson. All right. I need a motion from board members on those dismissals and or continuances.
I move that we continue the 3 cases outlined, number 9 to November 9 and 10 to November 13th and 11 to October 9th.
I have a motion from Ms. Moran, a second from Mr. Gorens. Anna?
Lawrence.
Here. Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Nixdorf,
Aye.
Wright. Aye. And Ebbets.
Aye. Those are continued as desired. That means we go to case number 1. Anna, tell us about that, please. If you can call the case.
Yep. And I can. Okay, it's docket item 1. This is case CD SUP 2024-13. This is a request to approve a special use permit for a bed and breakfast without an on-site manager or property owner in event space in District R 7.5 on about 0.4 acres, generally located at 511 Gladstone Boulevard. The applicant's in the room with us. I'm the planner, so I'm just going to scooch. This is a previously heard case on which we continued to this date for the applicant to provide some additional information to you. I'm also happy to give a brief overview before they go into that, and then our rebuttal, but that's the discretion of the board.
Do we have anyone else in the audience, either live or virtual, who's here on this case besides Ms. Doom?
No one has raised their hand on
Great.
Zoom or approached the microphone.
Ms. Doom, let's raise our hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Yes, thank you. And please identify yourself for the court reporter.
Sorry, Megan Duma.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duma. All right, Anna, do you want to give us a brief overview and then, oh, wait, I've got to admit some exhibits, sorry. Missing last month, so I've got to get back in the role. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10. For us to hear your case today, Ms. Duma, can we have your approval to admit those?
No objection.
Thank you very much. Part of that is a staff report by Ms. Anna. Anna, tell us a little bit about it.
Okay. Property in question, 511 Gladstone Boulevard. Site is located in the northeast portion of Kansas City, Missouri. This is a close-up of the site. It's highlighted in yellow along Gladstone Boulevard, a couple of blocks north of Independence Boulevard. And last meeting, we talked a lot about the prior STR ordinance history, the new desire for the bed and breakfast here, and I'll just scroll all the way up to where we left off last time. That the BZA requested that the applicant provide a legal opinion on why the special use permit, specifically the process where you can reuse a historic designated property, and basically that it would be exempt from applicable specific use standards or development standards. And that brief is located within your staff report. Because the property owner is requesting to have a bed and breakfast without an on-site manager or property owner. That property owner or on-site manager is key to the definition of a bed and breakfast. What distinguishes a short-term rental between a bed and breakfast or a hotel or other type of lodging for a bed and breakfast is that on-site manager. So city staff believes that that is a use variance request and that cannot be granted.
And CPC recommends approval with conditions and staff recommends denial. Is that
That
what
is
I hear you
correct.
saying? Ms. Duma?
Good morning, board members. Thank you for having me back. 1 minute just to get my little presentation for you.
And I'm change the setup, so I don't know if I can.
I have a C drive.
I was worried there wasn't two.
Gotcha.
Yeah, HDMI ports. Is
That will
this
be
one?
exhibit number 11.
And I think there was other exhibits admitted last time, so let me triple check.
Actually, that's
Just while she's doing that, I did submit a legal brief to you. I hope you all received it. I submitted it around August 10th. Oh, sorry, is that right? September 10th,
Attached to their staff report.
August 10th.
But yes, so there are 13 exhibits for this case, since we've last heard it. Is this a revised presentation?
Yes, it is.
So we'll do exhibit 12.
Okay.
Or 14. 14.
14, okay, that will be admitted as 14. All right. Oh, she got to go.
Yep. So we're back here, and the question you guys left me with was, does the reuse of a historic property have to fit into another box or another use? And that was the question that you guys left me with. And so I did a ton of research. I went down to the city clerk's office. I parked there for, a couple afternoons. I looked into how this law became developed, and why it became developed. And it was actually very interesting, the history. So I wanted to share that, a little bit of that with you guys. In the 1960s, well, as you guys all know, Kansas City has amazing architecture. They have amazing homes. We have amazing buildings. In the 1960s and 70s, in addition to things like I-35 coming through and 71 highway coming through, just development in general was wiping out some of these very architecturally historic, significant properties. And so the city itself took on its own initiative before any federal kind of movement. They were kind of early movers in this regard, and they put together a historic preservation committee. And their purpose, I'll read to you in a minute, because it really talks about why this law was passed, why we need to encourage, not just you are encouraged to support these kinds of reuses, which is a use in and of itself. So I'm not asking to be a bed and breakfast. I'm not asking to be a micro event space. I'm asking for the designation to be a historic reuse of the property. And it's in your discretion. So last time they talked about, well, what if I wanted to be like a trash dump? Well, I know you would say that's ridiculous. This is a historic property. You're not going to be a trash dump, because you have that discretion, and you hold that by virtue of your seat on the board. So you are allowed and encouraged for it to have people do what I'm doing. In the 1970s, the Environmental Protection Act was proposed, and Kansas City again took a stance, because part of the Environmental Protection Act was the historic tax credit portion of why a lot of developers started going to protecting, preserving, and revitalizing these old buildings and homes. And that's when the city became more officially, they officially got their historic, preservation committee sanctioned by virtue of the Environmental Protection Act. And if we can go to the next slide, please. Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. And this is important. I usually would never read something to you, but I want you guys to understand the significance of this. What historic properties mean to Kansas City. City Council finds and declares the present and future of the city are founded on the contributions of the past. Many of these contributions are exemplified in districts, sites, buildings, structures, and objects. It is the intention of the city to preserve these items for their historic, cultural, aesthetic, and architectural significance. Such preservation is necessary for the general benefit of the city to secure the foundations of the city as part of a living community, as a source of citizen identification and an appropriation for the city's heritage. Recent history has revealed that the absence of a preservation effort has resulted in the demolition, destruction, and deterioration of those items now to be identified as historic landmarks and historic districts. Therefore, it is hereby declared as a matter of public policy that the protection, enhancement, perpetuation, and use of districts, sites, buildings, structures, and objects for their historic, cultural, aesthetic, or architectural value is a public necessity and is required in the interest of the prosperity and welfare of the people. Okay? So that's kind of how this evolved, right? How did we get this law? And through the legal brief, I made 4 points that support the reading of a historic reuse as a use of its own that stands by itself, that does not have to be put into another box. First and foremost, I was happy and I guess, lucky to find this in the city clerk's office, was Jeffrey Williams had a fact sheet. The zoning code is, as you probably know, updated from time to time. And as a part of the 2012 update, they made some changes to the historic reuse provisions. And this was in support of changing Chapter 88. And this was a fact sheet submitted by Jeffrey Williams, who is and then was the Director of City Planning and Development. And this is just the front page of that fact sheet, and it's an exhibit to the legal brief. This specifically notes that a historic reuse is its own use, and it's within the commercial use groups, okay? That's what it says. That's what he says in his fact sheet. If you actually go to the table and this is the table in 2012, it's the same now, except now it has short-term rentals and other things as uses. I want you to look at the formatting. To the left, if it's its own use, it is all the way justified to the left. It is bolded. It is listed alongside all of the other uses. So historic reuse sits in the zoning table exactly like its own use, just by looking at it there. Further, and this is what we talked about, this is kind of my argument last time, the plain reading of the actual law says that you can approve a use that would not otherwise be approved. And it's within your discretion. And I know you guys wouldn't put a dump truck at 511 or a dump station at 511 Gladstone Boulevard. So does the city. That's why you hold the discretion, you hold the power. And the last point my legal brief makes is part of these preservation, why? Why do we want to do this, and how are we going to do it, you know? And these points become really important, because I believe that if you think about each one of these points and you compare it to what I'm doing at 511 Gladstone, it's exactly what the city is trying to accomplish. So for example, to effect and accomplish the protection, enhancement, and perpetuation of the use of these historic properties. That's what we're doing. We're protecting it. To safeguard the city's historic, cultural, aesthetic, and architectural heritage. Again, this home was built in 1889, and the picture of it from the tax records and now, it's not one that's been messed with. It looks almost identical, which is remarkable. It's remarkable. To enhance the stability of neighborhood properties and values. Well, I've now invested over $1 million in this property. I've got all my neighbors' support, and I've worked hard to increase the beauty and the value around this property. And that helps my neighbors, and they know that. To foster civic pride in the beauty and noble accomplishments of the past. I mean, I drove down Gladstone Boulevard yesterday and actually stopped and met with Stefan and Carl, who had the other bed and breakfast. They had sold it, and then the sale fell through because of financing. So they're still trying to sell it, unfortunately. They can't find anybody to buy it because it's too big, and they can't find a family that wants to live there. And it's a shame, because their property is insanely beautiful too. And there is so much pride when you walk down Gladstone Boulevard, when you look at these homes. They're incredible. So we're meeting the goals to protect. Oh, this is a really interesting one. They put this in here, especially applying to this particular use. To protect and enhance the city's attractions to tourists and visitors, and to support and stimulate business and industry thereby provided. Okay, the historic Northeast has no hotels, 0 hotels in it at all. The Kansas City Museum hopefully draws people a little bit to visit the Northeast, but this is a use that absolutely supports drawing visitors and sharing our architectural history with the visitors to Kansas City. To strengthen the economy of the city, yes. To promote the historic sorry, I need my glasses. To promote the use of historic landmarks and historic districts for education, enjoyment, and the welfare of the city. So this is, again, a thing, this micro event idea. Nobody gets to step into the Gilded Ages and just live in a home for a short period. It allows people in Kansas City to do this if they want to have their micro, wedding or their retirement party, something like that. And they get to enjoy this historic property. Also, I don't think I told you guys this last time, but I'm a big Kansas City history buff. So I got these Priests of Palace postcards, and I had them blown up and put it as a feature piece of the house. And Priests of Palace was a carnival that happened in Kansas City from 1896 say, I think it's 1897, might have been 1890 to around 1915. A big, so I've got a lot of the things about Kansas City's history within the home. I've coined it the Kansas City Mansion because I want to not only share the house itself, I want to share some of Kansas City's history. And so I bring that up only because I think that's another point that supports the goals of the Historic Preservation Committee. So here we are, and I mentioned that's the house on the left, and that's the house when I bought it. And it's so remarkably similar. Time hasn't hurt her too much, and we've done a lot to get her back. I won't go through all these again, but the big reasons that we went through last time of why you should support approving this reuse is I'm going to help improve safety on the corner of Gladstone Boulevard and Independence Avenue, which is an issue. Of course, I've made a lot of investment, the preservation that we just talked about. Support of my neighbors and the affidavits that were submitted last time in support of all my residential adjacent neighbors, and sharing this property is important to me. So there she is, repainted, basically ready to open if I get this approval. My 9-year-old son said to me, "Mom, why'd you build it if you didn't have approval yet?" I said, "Bo, it's a long, long story, but I feel like I had to." So that's my presentation, and I hope you guys read the legal brief. I did email Mr. Allegre last week to see if there's any follow-up questions to try to not have this continued anymore. So I'll leave that as it is.
Thank you, Ms. Duma. Board members, any questions of Ms. Duma?
I do. I'm trying to figure out where the bed and breakfast came from, because the description of the case says you're requesting a permit for a bed and breakfast. But what you're telling us is you're requesting a permit for a reuse of a historic structure. Those are two separate code provisions, and I'm trying to figure out where it looked like on your business plan, you were talking about a bed and breakfast. So is that where
It was because after the pre-application meeting, they told me that I had to fit into a use. So, and we went round and round, and Anna had given me lots of different options, but none of the options were, she didn't tell me that I had, and that wasn't their interpretation. That's not their interpretation. So I didn't know that I could just ask for a reuse until I sat at the city clerk, until you brought it up, actually. Then I sat at the city clerk's office, then I researched the law, then I wrote the legal brief, and I 100% am abandoning the bed and breakfast stuff. I just want a historic reuse.
So that is your request now?
That is my request now. Yes. Board Member Rand, yes.
When you showed the table of the use table
Yes.
and talked about how reuse of a historic structure is its own separate use, there's also a final column in that table that are the use standards. And for reuse of historic structure, there are none.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
I mean,
That's
for-
another
for a lot of
point.
other
So
categories
if we can go back
I
there.
mean, I think that's important, I guess.
Yes.
In our interpreting the code, because it appears that the only standards in the code are the general special use standards under 5. My computer's just died on me. Oh,
So I'm
88,525.
pulling up the zoning code as it exists today. Her application has come in 2024, so the 2024 zoning development code applies. And yes, this use is identified in the use table. There it is right here. We'll do exhibit 15. And it does not list the specific use standards in that table. However, this is that we believe this to be a Scrivener's error, because in 2015 it was identified and added to the specific use standards. 1 second, I'm scrolling. Right here. Where this is the language where the last sentence reads very specifically, in approving such a reuse, the Board of Zoning Adjustment must follow the special use standards and procedures of 88,525. That's the procedures of the special use permit, which says that the plan has to comply with all aspects of the zoning and development code. So when you're asking for a bed and breakfast, then that's where it comes in, where we're applying the specific use standards.
But if she's asking for a reuse of historic structure, which is a different use than a bed and breakfast.
City staff interprets that that is a path forward that people can use to encourage the rehabilitation of historic structures. Not that
It's a use that's allowed.
you are allowed to identify any uses, whether they're approved or not approved in that designation, if you have also historic designation. Not that the blanket of reuse is its own category.
And
Someone could say, I want this to be a multiplex and put 18 apartments, in this building. 18 units isn't allowed in the zoning district, but since it's a registered, landmark or within a registered historic district, that they can seek to put that use there. Mhm.
I mean, and the code allows that
Yes.
because it's reuse of historic structure has no standards except the general standards of 88,525.
And I would say, I think my interpretation of that last provision, it's a really good point that it's not in the 2024 zoning code. So it doesn't have to fit into a use, but also the special use permits, like it gives you kind of a general idea. So you don't approve a dump station at a historic property. And so that's my understanding of why that was put in there. And it'd hard to be like a typographical error to go in and delete something. That would be intentional.
Well, but 88,525 is still listed in 88,367, which is the description of reuse of historic structures. So I think 88,525 certainly still applies, but and I don't have that in front of me, but is it compatible with the neighborhood? Is it,
Yeah.
they're more general conditions that we look at. Right? I mean, I don't have any way of looking that up right now.
Oh, it's on my screen. Sorry. Let
okay,
me,
good.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so there are all of the approval criteria for a special use permit. A, if it complies with all standards applicable to the zoning and development code, if it's in the interest of public convenience, if it's compatible with the character of the neighborhood, if the operational characteristics are compatible with the area, and if it will not have adverse significant impacts on pedestrian safety or comfort. And I can go back to my review of those criteria specifically to this case. But additionally, I wanted to point out that these are the specific, use criteria for a bed and breakfast, that the owner must be on site, and that the bed and breakfast establishment only serves parties for patrons, not for non-patrons.
So are you saying because she originally asked for a bed and breakfast that you're not allowing her to change it to a reuse of historic structure?
Anytime someone comes in wanting a business license or a plan or looking to do, we have to attach them to a use that's in, the zoning development code. That's how we make sure it meets standards and can meets code. And then that triggers other things like building code. There'll be lodging permits and licenses that will still need to be applied for. Those, need a designation. So yes, we view this as a bed and breakfast, and that they're seeking certain variances to what that means.
I believe the legal brief makes it pretty clear that that's not the case. And
Yeah, it appears to me that the reuse of a historic structure is the use. That's what she's requesting.
So then anyone else could come in and they could ask for any uses that they wanted, yes, but then because we want to make sure that this can be replicable for other interested parties who come in, we could tell them that they do not need to meet any of the specific use standards or development standards.
It appears that's the way the council wrote this.
It was to encourage, this is expensive, it's hard, it's heartbreaking, but it's rewarding. It's to encourage people to do what I'm doing. This is not for everybody.
And if they proposed a dump, then we would go back to the standards of 88,525. That wouldn't be appropriate in a neighborhood. So, you know, we're the protection from, or a multiplex possibly.
Mhm, yeah.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Just appreciate the document you pulled together. I feel like that was very thorough and helpful and just getting kind of my head around what you're after for this particular case.
Yes, thank you.
I would echo Ms. Mixdorf on that. The legal brief was very well written.
Thank you.
Board members, any other questions?
My curiosity is if we're establishing the use as the reuse of an officially designated historic landmark, then like where does all the normal zoning regulation come in if we were to approve that special use permit for that use? Would it need to be licensed, and would it need to comply with all the other things? And like, if we approve this, does it just kind of throw out any sort of regulation on this property? It doesn't seem like there's any sort of conditions that.
With respect to building codes, I'll still have to make sure that my occupant load, like fire safety and all the health and safety things, I'll have to get clearance from them before I can operate. And so
Right.
so all we're talking about is the zoning component. And so you limit it. You have the power. I can't have more than 46 people there. I can't sleep more than 16. You are the protectors, and you do limit it. If I'm asking for something unreasonable, then you have the power.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking of is specifically like the STR registration and stuff like that. Would you have to register for that?
What,
I mean-
sorry, what happened for my, when I have a legal non-conforming use on my other big Victorian, they just sent me a registration. And I'm happy to, if, you know, make that a part of it, I'm happy to do that. That's not hard.
I mean, I'm serving as an alternate now, but I do think that it'd probably be a good idea to go into closed session to consult
No, for legal counsel?
for legal counsel.
Sure, perfect. Someone needs to make that a motion. Look at number 1 on the docket for references.
I move that we, break for legal consult.
Closed session pursuant to section 610.021 for RSMO.
Subsection 1, to obtain legal advice.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second from somebody?
Second.
Thank you, Jazz. Please call the roll.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. We'll be back in just a moment. Thank you.
Charger. I'm just gonna have to bring it down while they're. Can go grab it. Okay, do you know where it's at?
Right now, it's just fine.
Right. I don't know what this is, right?
We're good. Okay, Ms. Moran,
I move that we go back into open session.
thank you. Pursuant to section 610.021
Yep.
of the RSMO. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Anna, please call the roll from Ms. Mixdorf.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, we're back in open session. We had some interesting conversation from our legal counsel. So Jazz, do you want to ask Ms. Duma any more questions?
Yeah, so I understand that it shows reuse of a officially designated historic landmark on this table. And but it sounds like if you look back at the actual text of 800, it's not listed in any of the enumerated in any of the like use groups. So the actual text of the code, where in chapter 800, where it enumerates all of the use types, it doesn't enumerate it there. And at least to me, it sounds like they added this to the table for a means of recognizing that this is something that needs to be considered, but it is not a use category of its own. Otherwise, it would be on chapter 800 is, so I guess 805 specifically, use groups and categories. It's not mentioned anywhere. So I guess my question is, why is a reuse of a historic landmark a use of its own if it is not enumerated in 805?
This is something where we're doing interpretation. I didn't write the zoning code and I haven't researched exactly why they did that, but I did tell you guys exactly how this all came to be. And so when the law doesn't make sense to me, at least, I ask why, like, why was this law passed? And the reason it was passed was to encourage exactly what I'm doing. And so that explains to me how it should be read. And so that's my answer to that question. Now, further, the only reason, and I'm thinking about this while you guys are in closed session, obviously I'm very nervous. The only reason I couldn't be a hotel. If you guys feel like you got to put me in a box, make me a hotel. The only reason I couldn't be a hotel was because I'm a single family residence. Well, that's not a use variance. It's not a use variance. So if you guys have to put me in a box, I can be a hotel. It's not going to change my building, like my fire sprinkles and things like that, because my fire load based on how people are behaving there. So if we have to go away and you feel like you have to put me in a box and that's where you guys come back out, and if that's what you feel like you got to do, I'll be a hotel. That's fine.
Back on the reuse of officially designated historic landmark, apparently it used to be in 805 and was taken out at some point. And as far as like the intent of the council, to me, the fact that it was once there and was removed sounds like it was explicitly intended to be removed as a use of its own. Now, in terms of classification as a hotel, I would ask staff basically, is that a possible special use permit that we could issue for this case?
Just previously reading what I said about this site being designated as a hotel.
I think there was a slide comparison or something of like
Mhm.
hotel versus bed and breakfast and like the process to get where we are.
And yes, I did mention that a hotel is something that's specifically not a detached house. However, it would combine the uses of the event venue with the lodging as they are intended. granting a variance for it to be a hotel that's not in, that can be in a detached house. I did say that this could also be considered a use variance, which the BZA could not grant. Additionally, I'd be curious if that designation not in a structure that is deemed approvable by the health department, like if the health department also has the same regulation that a hotel can't be in a detached home. And from a zoning perspective, we waive that. Would that then affect them obtaining their necessary licenses and paying their lodging taxes related to the hotel use?
I have a question. Is there we discussed a 1-year time limit on the special use permit where they'd have to come back in, but I don't see that in the CPC condition.
It's there.
Where-
I just
where
saw
is
it, number condition number
Um,
1.
It's before you get to all that.
The CPC
On page 4.
recommended a renewal SCP.
Oh,
date of
it was
1
an
year.
additional condition. Okay, I missed that. Okay.
Guessing you have no issues with these other special conditions from CPC.
None whatsoever.
Thank you. There are safety valves, if we approve this, that force you to come back every year. So I'm just one member, but I feel like there's enough here that things can change over the year if we feel it needs to be done next year.
I'd add, as a condition perhaps that we put it on the books that I'm paying tax like a hotel, the 7.5%, like I do with all of my short-term rentals in Kansas City, Missouri. That's important to me.
Board
That
members,
we
what do you
can
think?
determine the tax, but
Oh, I'm
Yeah, we're
saying-
not going to talk about
Yeah,
that.
okay, sorry.
Yeah.
that scares me a little bit.
Ready? Questions, comments, and or motion?
I have a motion if nobody has any.
Thank you, Ms. Moran.
I move that we approve this special use permit for the reuse of a historic structure as requested, subject to the, looks like 20 conditions of the City Plan Commission, plus the additional condition that it be renewed annually, and in accordance with the representations made in the application by the applicant and in accordance with the staff report. And is there a site plan?
Mhm.
And site plan.
And again, Ms. Moran, there are 4 other comments made, and she addressed those. So perfect. Thank you. I have a motion. Anyone for a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
Okay. Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Hayes.
Nay.
And Ebbets.
Well,
Well,
Ms.
she
Wright.
wasn't Miss Wright wasn't a part of the original quorum.
Okay.
Can we call Gorans?
Right. That,
I mean, I would waive that if I can have the ability to waive that. I would waive it for Miss Wright.
if you can.
I don't think it's something the applicant can waive.
I don't know if we can do
I
that.
think we need to continue it since we lost our quorum. If,
So it's
He'll be back at noon.
I'll be back at noon.
Yeah, so when, after the lunch break, Tom has another meeting, Mr. Gorans has another city meeting on the 4th floor. So he was committed to that at 10 o'clock. So all I can do is pause this case. Pause the case till after 12:30 or whenever he's back in order to have a quorum for the vote.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll return at 12:30.
I withdraw my motion.
Please make it again.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Like, my
There you
not
go.
on this case.
Where's it say? Where?
So it doesn't list that she wasn't on it, so I didn't know that she wasn't on it.
I know we didn't know it wasn't on the staff report, so
We're-
I apologize.
It's okay.
Okay. Anna?
1 second. Okay.
Board members, we okay till about 10:30 for a break, and then we'll break at 10:30? Thank you.
Okay, docket item number 2. This is case CD SUP 2024-27. This is a request to approve a special use permit for an expansion of the Friendship Baptist Church in an R2.5 zoning district on about 19.38 acres, generally located at 3530 Chelsea Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. Looks like the applicant team is in the room with us.
You have any online or?
As a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide in public testimony on this case, docket item number 2, please raise your hand and Zoom now or approach the microphone. Seeing none.
Thank you. Gentlemen, first give me your names. I'll swear you both in.
Matt Slish, Engineering Solutions.
Thank you.
Alonzo Tigner, Friendship Baptist.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you very much. Part of your case is the list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10,
1 through 9.
1 through 9. We need to hear those for your to hear your case. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Stephanie.
All right. So we got docket item number 2, case number CD SUP 2024-27, special use permit for Friendship Baptist Church located on 3530 Chelsea Avenue. The site is located over here just south of I-70. Highlighted in yellow is the site. This is the existing church. This is what the church looks like from Google Street View. So here is the site plan. Highlighted in yellow is the addition that triggered this SUP. This is, let me zoom in here. This addition is 7,675 square feet. And because it's over the 2,000 square feet, it triggers a major amendment, which is the same process as an SUP. And this is also in addition for the church's youth to hold religious classes. And here are all the new walkways that are going to be added for internal connections from the parking lot and the main building to the new building. Here are the elevations. So the proposed structure will match the existing structure, the facade. So for the approval criteria, so this will not have. There you go. This will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. It is compatible with the surrounding area. Like I said before, the building facade will match the current existing building. And it will not affect the surrounding neighborhood with outdoor lighting, noise, or generate more traffic, since this is for the already existing church members. And it will not have an adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort. So for 88-525-09A, it the proposed plan doesn't fully comply with all the standards. So the applicants are seeking an alternative compliance plan to meet the street trees requirement, and they are seeking a variance to 88,450 for the pedestrian standards. So this is the tree plan. Back here is the tree preservation, but up here are the street trees. So zoomed in, there are 17 existing street trees. 32 more are needed to meet the requirement. So it will be a total of 49 trees. And so that's what the alternative compliance plan they are seeking, and that is done administratively, and it's in the conditions. And then for the variance, this is a variance request to the pedestrian standards to waive the pedestrian connectivity requirement that would connect the existing building to the street through a sidewalk. So this is different from those pathways I showed earlier. This is a complete deviation. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated since this neighborhood is not necessarily a pedestrian-friendly area. But the code does enforce this standard to start having more walkable areas in the city. So the sidewalk could be placed on a section of Chelsea Avenue that is flatter because it is a very hilly area. Thus it would be more feasible to build. However, this is a requirement triggered by the SUP, and seeking a variance is the only option for relief. If not granted, the sidewalk will be required to be built. So this is the sidewalk in question going off Chelsea Avenue connecting to the building. And staff feels that it could be put maybe over here where the existing asphalt drive is. Might be a little flatter. But I'll also have the applicant talk more about that. So CPC recommends approval subject to conditions for SUP 27. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do board members have questions of Ms. Stephanie? Matt, are you speaking on the case?
I am.
Thank you. Why should we approve your request today, sir?
Yeah, I appreciate the time. Stephanie's going to bring up a quick little slideshow we can show.
This will be exhibit number 13, I believe.
10? There were
10,
9
sorry.
exhibits, yeah.
So yeah, so thank you for the time. And as we talk through it, we completely understand the process of improvements and understand the process of the requirements of trying to add the additional landscaping, the sidewalk. However, in this situation, I think we'll start to see that I don't think it creates much of a benefit for the overall use. So that's kind of just the overall scope. Otherwise, the church has been a neighbor in this community for over 20 years. They've done a lot of improvements to the site to maintain and provide a religious facility that has been accessible to a number of people throughout the area and continue to grow, which is why this new opportunity to build an expansion on the, go to the next one, on the kind of the southwest side of the site that will provide an opportunity to continue to expand their opportunities, you know, before, after, and during service times, and as well as other nights throughout the week to continue to provide growth with the facility. These are some architectural elevations. So you'll see the architect attempted to try to maintain the consistent culture, nature, and architectural style of the brick facility that is, again, been out there for quite some time. And as I'll show you some pictures, is on a very elevated, very beautiful area of town, a very visible portion as you come to the site. We did hold a public engagement meeting. We actually held 2 of them. We held one at the church and one on Zoom, and had no one attend either one of them. And so we think that we're, as far as the neighborhood goes, pretty well set as far as them being acceptable to the idea. So this starts to illustrate the idea of our request. So as you start to see, this is the view coming down Chelsea. You're starting to see the existing vegetation that sits out there. You're also seeing that elevation change that comes from Chelsea up to the facility. Because of this use, and again, we understand the need to try to create good pedestrian access and movement throughout the city. This being a religious facility, Alonzo can probably attest, there's not many people within an area that actually are going to walk to this facility. Everyone drives to the facility. The closest bus stop is on the north end, probably a quarter plus mile away. You know, so again, there are sidewalks on Chelsea, but the number of attendees that have ever used the walking paths to get there is probably less than a handful. And so the idea and what we're talking through is because of the grade change, because of the likely of unusable nature of the pedestrian movements out in that area, it's our opinion and why we're asking for the variance is that it doesn't benefit anybody in this situation. And those dollars could be better spent on the facility and improvements and use of what they're trying to accomplish with this piece. If we go to the next one, what we're starting to show here is, and again, on the landscape side of it, it's not a cost conversation that we're trying to say that we don't want to plant those trees. It's simply as we look up and down Chelsea, the amount of existing vegetation that sits out there is bountiful. And so for us to add 20, 30, 40 trees, you know, city standard 2-inch size isn't going to do any, again, impact to that overall look. I think I have one more if we keep coming down. So again, this is our corridor down Chelsea. It's a beautiful treed scape as we head into the facility. So on either of these conversations that we're having, it's not that we don't want to do them in the sense of just not do them. It's a sense of we believe that the intent of the streetscape is already taken care of. We believe the intent of the pedestrian access doesn't provide anything for the overall community. So otherwise, I think from a use standpoint, we're very excited to get onto campus. We're very excited to add the addition and continue to develop the site. And again, provide some continued growth of that site after being there for 20 plus years. I think with that, Alonzo, unless you have anything you want to add, we're here for any questions you might have.
Go back a few slides to the, I think, looking across the street with all the trees, go down one more thing, Stephanie. On that bottom right image, is that residential property or who owns that tree kind of area right now?
Vacant across the street. I'm not
Okay.
sure on ownership, but the only residential is all to our west.
The west,
So
okay.
as you go to the north, it's a large industrial type facility. If you go to the east, it's Emmanuel Cleaver Boulevard. If you go to the south, you go through a tree mass that Stephanie had kind of a tree preservation plan. Most of our south and west is dense trees. But yeah, again, there's no development out there. There's no real visible use except for to the west, which we have an access point for them to get to the parking lot from there.
Thank you.
Any other question, board members?
Yeah, for staff, the tree requirement, the only variance request we have on here is for the sidewalk. I don't
Yeah.
see a variance request for the trees, but the tree requirement is part of the special use permit.
Yes, the tree requirement is part of the special use permit, but they're going to seek an alternative compliance plan instead of getting a variance for it.
Guess if there was a way to do a variance that we didn't have to do them based on that conversation, we're fine with that. But I guess we understood that the alternative landscape plan was the correct path. So
Yeah.
if there's a way
That's
not
the
to do
normal,
them,
that's the normal path,
okay,
Matt.
then we're
to do
fine.
that.
Yeah, and we're fine with either ones. But yeah, that you're correct. The only variance is that. But I just, as Stephanie had it up there, I just typically when I see the variance request, I think
Right.
it becomes a financial conversations of all we're talking about. I think in this situation, both of those items are something that is accomplished currently.
And that's not something we approve, that's a staff.
Yeah, it's administrative.
Okay.
And the variance is coming up because of the like clearly this structure already exists and there's already a special use permit in place. It's just getting renewed with an expansion. Is that
Yeah, the expansion triggers a major amendment to the special use permit. So it's basically the same process as a special use permit, and so it triggers it has to comply to current zoning standards.
okay? Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, board members, motions?
And you had no other issues with any other conditions that were listed?
We do not.
I would offer a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 27, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Okay.
I'm confused. Okay, so you're gonna do the variance separately?
Variance for the sidewalk
Right.
is what I motioned. They are pursuing a separate
Okay,
compliance.
so
type for the
your
tree.
motion is for the special use and the variance. Okay, all right, sorry.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Right,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your motion has been your request has been approved. Good luck with your project. Thank you for both coming down.
Okay, docket item or break or docket item number 3, Mr. Chair.
We're going to do a break, but remember docket number 3 has a quorum of Tom Goins. So we may have to push that to the afternoon.
Unless if they consent to.
Oh, yeah,
Right,
unless they
individual.
consent, but we'll do that right after the break. So 15-minute. Good. We'll be right back. Thank you.
Maybe serving retail. It has to be, if we identify it with the specific.
After our break, we're going to take our next case.
And we said that the break would end at 10:38, so Connor isn't back yet.
We're early.
Yes.
Look at you.
Docket item number 3. This is case CD BZA 2024-82. This is a request to approve a variance to the infill vehicular standards to permit a front-facing attached garage on an infill lot in an R 2.5 district, which is a residential zoning district, on about 0.12 acres, generally located at 4121 Brooklyn Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case, and it does look like the applicant team is in the room with us.
You're the applicant team?
I am.
Thank you. Could I have your name first? Sorry.
Lawyer Graves Stevens.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Could we raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Before we begin, there's a quorum on this case, and we're missing one member, Tom Gorens, who will be back at noonish. So your option is for us to hear your case without him, and if we have a negative vote, your case will not pass. If we have all 5 members here, you can have a negative vote, and your case will, if you have 4 affirmative, the case will pass. What would you like to do? Tom will be back at noonish.
So he's asking if you want to come back later with all 5 or move forward with 4.
Right. I probably would rather do it afternoon, but I wouldn't be able to come back. I'd have to join you via Zoom.
Okay, that's okay. So we don't know where your case will pop in, but it'll be sometime after 12:15, or excuse me, after 12:30 if we break right at 12 noon. Okay, and again, I apologize, but he has another conflict downstairs. So, all right, let's go. So that'll be tabled till this afternoon. Ms. Anna, call the next case.
Yep. Docket item 4. This is case CD BZA 2024-111. This is a request to approve a variance to the infill lot and building standards to permit a smaller street side setback, plus any other needed variances on about 0.11 acres, generally located at 703 Jackson Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case, and it does appear that the applicant is online. I am promoting Tate Williams. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular item, docket item number 4, 703 Jackson Avenue, to please raise their hand now or approach the microphone so we can identify you for the public hearing. Seeing none.
Okay, great. Mr. Williams, can you make sure your camera and microphone are on?
Yes, can you hear me and see
I
me?
sure can. So please state your name again for the court reporter.
Tate Williams.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm? Please raise your right hand. Oh, sorry. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11 that we need to hear for your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by our staff, Ms. Salderi. Stephanie, tell us about the case.
All right, docket item number 4, CDBCA 111, located on 703 Jackson Avenue, zoned R-2.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the infill lot and building standards to permit a smaller street side setback. So the subject site is located right here in the middle of Kansas City. This is the subject site right on 7th and Jackson Avenue. It is currently vacant. There is a bit of case history back in 2021. The applicant got a variance approved by the board, but it has since expired. So they are coming back to try to renew that variance. One variance was for the side setback of the parking pad behind the house, which I'll show later. But they have redesigned since to alleviate the need for a variance. However, the variance for the building itself still stands. So this is the site plan. And then this is the parking pad in the back of the house that has been reduced. And then this will be the side setback variance. This is a rendering of what the house will look like. And here is the side setback of 2 feet and 4 inches. So this is a variance request of 8 feet and 9 inches to the reduced conventional standards to permit a street side setback of 2 feet and 4 inches on the subject site. So the requirement is 11 feet and 3 inches. A change to the neighborhood is anticipated since the house would be too close to the street and it can cause visibility issues for traffic since it is on a corner lot. However, difficulty cannot be obviated by a change in design because the existing lot is quite narrow and it does not permit an average size home. And as you can see, this is not a big house. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, do we have any questions of Ms. Stephanie? All right, Mr. Williams, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Yes, thank you for your time. The original request was based off of the award of this project to myself and my team to build an affordable home in partnership with the Likens Neighborhood Association. And there, just as a quick side note, Greg Lombardi from the Likens Neighborhood Association may attempt to provide testimony on the call, so he may raise his hand virtually. That award of the variance or that grant of the variance was provided. The home that we're building is no larger than the original structure that was there on the site. And so it was deemed as appropriate by the neighborhood association, and then the board in 21 approved the variance. However, 2 compounding issues caused the delay in the construction of the project. One is both are directly related to costs. So we have inflation costs. Post-pandemic, our budgets were determined pre and during the pandemic. Post-pandemic construction costs just kind of took the project budget way beyond what we were able to handle at the time. And in addition, when we were ready to move forward with the project due to new nonprofit partnerships providing grants for the home, the new codes were in place with the new energy codes, which also added increased costs, which again caused us to go seek additional grant funding. The costs of the construction are going to be greater than the value of the build due to historic redlining and the relative disinvestment in the neighborhood. And so the realities are that we have to subsidize this project in order to achieve it as a for sale to a 60% or below first time. So AMI, 60% below AMI, first time home buyer, which is the criteria that we've set with the neighborhood association. So we're requesting the variance again due to the delays caused by the escalation in the construction costs, but we have that budget in place now, and we are ready to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. So the previous request that was approved in 2021 was basically the same footprints of the house.
The
Correct.
exact same footprint. Oh, I'm sorry, Stephanie.
Oh.
Yes, the exact same footprint of the home. We did reduce the parking pad to come into compliance, so we didn't have to get a variance for that this round.
Board members, any other questions of Mr. Williams or staff?
I guess one more question for Stephanie. For the other homes that are in the area, I assume they're all similar in that kind of 37-foot width. Do the other homes have the smaller side setbacks because they're existing?
So let me
If we could bring up that
pull it up.
aerial view
Yeah.
again.
So there's only one other home on 7th Street. But or one other lot, but there's no actual house there. So it had to go under the reduced conventional standards.
Okay.
So that's why we got the 11 feet.
But looking at the house to the south, this
Yeah.
wouldn't be atypical for the neighborhood to have the width that
Mhm.
we're requesting here.
Yeah, so it looks to be about the same width as
Okay.
the other houses.
I know for a motion.
Go ahead.
On docket item 4, case number CDBZA 2024-00111, I move that we grant the request to approve the variance.
I have a motion from Mr. Hayes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Moran,
Aye.
McStorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Your motion is approved. Good luck with the project, Mr. Williams. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you all for your time.
Sure.
But it should just be following the Intel standards. And I should have,
Oh, God.
Tate sent me an email. I never followed up
You
with
from your end, Donna?
There you go. Yeah, I did it. I got it.
Okay. Docket item number 5, this is case CD BZA 2024-72. This is a request to approve a variance to the vehicular use standards to permit gravel parking and loading areas for a vehicle storage and towing use on about 2 acres generally located at 5631 East US 40 Highway. I'm the staff planner associated with this case. It looks like the applicant team is in the room with us. I'm going to try giving my presentation here so I can navigate my PowerPoint presentation, and then theirs can be hooked up there, see if that runs better with me doing both parts of the meeting.
Perfect.
And so
No
this is a
problem.
reminder, if anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular item, to please approach the microphone or raise your hand in Zoom now so we can identify you for the public hearing. And I lost my pen.
Just a second. So I'm going to ask for all your names, then going to swear you in as a group. Officer, do you want to come on up, or are you for or against this request?
I'm not sure what I'm testifying for. I don't know what the
We're
question.
following him in favor.
Okay, probably. Okay, and so are you for or against this?
And I'm for.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to identify each one of you. I'll start with the gentleman over here on my left. With the
And go to-
gentleman.
you get to
Mark
the-
Meyer, counsel for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Officer,
Corporal Nate Bradley with the Missouri State Highway Patrol.
thank you.
Alan Bloodworth, private party impound, Lenders Recovery Service, the Tow Lot LLC. I'm the applicant.
Perfect.
And Bishop Arnold Shelby, Beyond the Four Walls Outreach Ministry.
Thank you. Each one of you, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, who's speaking on the case? Mr. Meyer, is that you, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, great. There's a list of administrative exhibits we need to admit for your case today. They're labeled 1 to 8. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Anna on your case. Anna, tell us all about it.
1 second, having some typical
It's okay.
technical difficulties, even though I moved, did something different to avoid that.
It's all right. It's all good.
Welcome to sit down, sir, or you're welcome to stand,
you,
whichever you
Mr.
prefer.
Chairman.
Okay. Try it one more time. Okay. Guessing that won't work then on this computer.
We appreciate your efforts.
Yes. Said he needs to buy another license key for your HP, it looks like.
Okay. I don't know either. You can only see it on one of the screens, is that correct? Can someone on Zoom identify if they can see the screen? You can? Okay, but so you don't see that black screen? Okay. Are you guys good with one screen?
Yeah,
As long as it's
yeah, we're
online and
fine.
we-
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, great.
We're good.
Okay, then. So docket item number 5, this is case CD BZA 2024-72. The site in question is 5631 East US 40 Highway. The property in question is zoned M1-5, which is an industrial district. And the applicant is seeking a variance to permit gravel for a vehicular use area to abate zoning violations. So the site is located in the eastern portion of Kansas City, Missouri. As you can see, it's kind of as you're driving towards Independence and Blue Springs. This is a close-up of the subject site that's highlighted in yellow, adjacent to the Highway 40 and Topping Avenue. During the appeal case associated with this property, we discussed that there were some other lots in the area that were in gravel as well. So the applicant, expressed a desire to also have gravel because there was also lots of other gravel in the area, even though it doesn't meet city code. And I did a Google Street View investigation, looked at Parcel Viewer, looked at some of the other uses, and I can see that 2 other lots in the area do have gravel. One of them that is also owned by the subject applicant, and it is unclear at this time if those are conforming or not, just purely based on when the use was established there. Maybe it was gravel at paved at one point and then became gravel. I can't identify that, but it does look like most of the other large vehicular use areas surrounding this property are in fact paved. So I just wanted to clear that up. Addressing the notice of violation that was received, it states that the owner owns a piece of property with an unapproved parking service, that's gravel, for the zoning district. And here are some photos that was included in that appeal case from the initial zoning investigation for the site, which we can see the vehicular, the vehicles parked, as well as gravel. It's a little hard to see, so they're zoomed in clearly the gravel in place. More photos of the cars on the gravel. And we also discussed during that appeal case this is a snippet from that report that is filled out by the applicant, where they identify why they believe city staff has erred. And they say that they received a business license with no variance for the parking for the gravel. And I want to acknowledge again that that's not how construction standards work. Just because you receive a business license for something does not mean you're automatically exempt from certain construction or design features. So yes, they are approved for that use to be there. Again, however, the business license does not mean that they're automatically allowed to have gravel on site. Want to get into some more explanation of the different types of uses we have in the zoning and development code and when gravel is and is not allowed. So vehicular storage and towing, which is what this particular use is, that's the storage of operating motor vehicles or vehicle towing services. It is permitted in this zoning district, subject to specific use standards identified in the section 300. And it is only permitted if it is 500 feet away from any R-zoned property. And gravel is not permitted there because after a certain point in time, the zoning district has determined, I believe it was 1951, all vehicular use areas must be paved. There's also the auto wrecking category, which is the collection and dismantling of wrecking or used motor vehicles or trailers. They can also be sold, stored, dumped and dismantled. They are partially dismantled. They can include obsolete or wrecked motor vehicles and parts. That use is not permitted at this location, and gravel is also prohibited for that type because again, it's the vehicular use area of storage of those auto wrecking parts. Gravel is prohibited. Outdoor storage, however, this is in the warehousing wholesale storage category of the use categories. This includes the storage of trucks, cartridge operation, truck staging, and any outdoor storage. This would require a special use permit to be located here, and this can permit gravel if the property is surrounded by other M-zoned property. Key points that was also addressed in the appeal case, as previously stated, 88/4/2015C, that all vehicular use areas established after September 10th, 1951, so I was on the money there, after annexation or after the annexation by the city, they must be continuously paved with pavers or permanent asphalt, concrete, or other types of permitted paving. So the vehicular use area in question that we see highlighted on the screen was established after 1951. It was a mobile home park, at least around it stopped operating in 2020. And then that's when it was a vacant lot in 2022 and then became its permitted use. The review criteria associated with the variance is listed on the screen. I'm going to go through each one. A, if the strict application of the code would result in unnecessary hardship or practical difficulties for the property, where that hardship does not occur for other properties located in the same type of zoning district. So the regulation does not prevent a reasonable return on investment, the lot having to be gravel versus paved, and there are no physical constraints from city staff's point of view. Review criteria B, is the variance consistent with the purposes of the code and its intent? The zoning code does appear to associate gravel with a very perceived nuisance, dust, loose gravel. I'm trying to promote vehicular efficiency, which is why we see such a strict rule for requiring such a lot of pavement when necessary. We can also see examples of lots in the area, not lots in the area, excuse me, other approved tow lots which are paved. 7750 East Front Streets, that's the city-owned tow lot. It's paved. There's also a company called J&K Towing at 3500 Manchester Trafficway. It's paved. And 5324 Quincy Avenue, which is home of Little Blue Tow Service and Storage. It's paved, so we can see that other similar uses are complying with that part of code. And then review criteria C, which is the substantial justice being done when considering the public benefits secured by the zoning code versus the hardship that would be imposed on the variance if the request is denied. So we do believe that there are public benefits of upholding the zoning and development code. If the property were to ever change hands and it's not a vehicular tow lot, it's another permitted use in the M1 zoning district, like a restaurant or a hotel or a bar or an entertainment venue that does see more traffic, flowing in and out, then that lot would still be permitted to have gravel. And then the nuisance part of the gravel would be more applicable there since cars are rotating in and out of the site more with those other uses. City staff has re-inspected the site. And vehicles are occupying the entire lot. The zoning clearance letter for them to have this business here was issued conditionally that a part of the lot cannot contain vehicles because of that specific use standard that I mentioned before, where it has to be 500 feet away from a residentially zoned lot. And as identified by the applicant, their hardship is financial for why they want the gravel. Here's a snippet of that zoning clearance letter for the business license where it says that it has, on their lot, there's the northern property edge. Vehicles must be kept 90 feet back from the lot to maintain that 500-foot separation from the R-zoned property. As I mentioned, city staff inspected it and said that there's vehicles occupying the entire lot. And a failure to adhere to these conditions can result in the revocation of the zoning clearance letter and business license. And here's some photographic evidence from that investigation to prove that they witnessed vehicles occupying the entire site. So standard a chart for variances. This is a variance to the particular use standards to permit gravel storage on an area for the storage of those vehicles on the subject site. The code, says that it must be paved, and they're proposing for it to be all gravel. It is a complete deviation from the code. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. As I previously mentioned, there seems to be other lots that are paved, and it is specifically required to be paved. We're concerned about the precedent of approving gravel-related variances for commercial uses to remedy zoning violations, as well as rewarding operators who are not complying with other types of approvals. And can the difficulty be obviated in some other method? Yes, the area can be paved. And that concludes my presentation on the variance request. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I've got one question. So this is before us. It started with this notice of violation. Correct. But the other properties in the area have not had notice of violations placed
Correct.
against them. Okay.
Any other questions? Mr. Meyer, why should we approve your request today, sir?
If I may ask some questions, Corporal Bradley.
Okay.
Corporal, please state your name.
Corporal Nate Bradley.
Are you with the Missouri Highway Patrol?
Yes, sir, I am.
You have some role or responsibility with respect to tow lot operators in Kansas City.
Tow lots, salvage businesses, things like that. Yes, sir.
Can you describe that role for us?
I'm a criminal investigator with the Highway Patrol, and I frequently find stolen cars at those locations, not because they've stolen them, but it's just they get picked up. And so I have frequently gone to many tow lots throughout the metro.
Okay. And how many of those tow lots are paved?
Very few.
Less than 5 or less?
Correct.
Out of how many tow lots in the metro?
That I've visited 35 or 40.
Okay. In the course of your work with the Missouri Highway Patrol, have you had occasion to interact with Mr. Bloodworth
Yes, sir, I have.
and his related entities?
Yes.
And his lot, what his main lot is across the street to the north from the subject lot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's gravel, correct?
Yes, sir.
For how long have you known Mr. Bloodworth to work out of that lot?
Since the first time we met, probably 2016, 17, but he was there long before then.
And has his use of that lot always complied with state statutes?
Yes.
There are certain state statutes that regulate towing businesses of this type, right?
Yes, sir.
They provide that you have to have certain minimum security features, hours of operation, et cetera.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And has Mr. Bloodworth always been in compliance with those?
Yes, sir. To my knowledge.
And when vehicles are towed and stored on a lot, they sometimes leak fluids,
Correct.
particularly if they've been wrecked and towed.
Correct.
And is there a difference in how a tow lot operator can deal with those leaked fluids on pavement as opposed to gravel?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
On the gravel, if it's been contaminated, they can scoop it up with a shovel or something similar to that. Where on an asphalt or a concrete, they'd have to use something like kitty litter or oil dry, which isn't as effective as scooping up the contaminated material and hauling it away.
And you know what this lot looked like, the subject lot where we're seeking a variance? Do you know what it looked like before Mr. Bloodworth bought it?
Yes, sir, I do.
What did it look like?
It looked like something from a zombie apocalypse movie, actually. Burned out mobile homes. There were a few people that had been squatting in there. It was a good place for me to find stolen vehicles. Sometimes they were burned, sometimes not.
And how has it changed since Mr. Bloodworth bought it?
Well, there's a big fence around it. You can't, all of the trash and debris was cleared off. And then there's a big fence around it.
And have you had the same problems with crime and stolen vehicles on this lot since Mr. Bloodworth bought it?
Never had a reason to go there.
Okay. And do you know how much it would cost to pave this lot?
I do not, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Corporal Bradley. I don't have any other questions.
Corporal Bradley, quick question for you. You said you visited 30 to 35 different tow lots in the metro area. Are those located in the Kansas City, Missouri boundaries, or are those KCK or not KCK, Independence, Blue Springs, places like that, sir?
All over. Some are north of the river and still in Kansas City limits. Some are in other different municipalities as well.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
And thank you. And then I have a few questions for Bishop Arnold Shelby Sr.
Yes, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Do you reside or have a business near the lot that is subject to this request?
Yes, my church is right there.
Okay. How far away?
Oh, probably 50 foot away.
Okay. And have you become acquainted with Mr. Bloodworth over the years?
Yes, not only have my church been in Blue Valley, but I've been in Blue Valley 30 years. And the 15 that went before he even got the lot where the main lot I helped him get that because I worked that neighborhood. And it was, and the neighborhood had junk yards and all kind of things over it. And what happened in 2020, as I heard the officer saying, somebody burnt my church down. They bombed my church from that lot up there.
The one where we're
From
seeking a variance.
where you're talking about now.
Yeah.
Somebody burnt my church down from there. The squatters up there bombed my church. It's on record. And Mr. Bloodworth has helped clean that neighborhood up along with my church and myself.
All right. And how long has Mr. Bloodworth been in the main lot where he has his main business?
I could say over 15 years that I know.
All right. And has it always had a gravel lot there?
Yes.
Okay. You aware of anyone ever raising any issues about him having a gravel lot at his main lot in that 15-year time frame?
No, not at all.
Okay. And the lot where we're seeking the variance,
Yes.
I think you hit on it a little bit, but what was it like before he bought it?
I can't describe it. It was terrible. It had squatters and I called in. I would constantly call in and it stayed on fire and it was just ongoing.
Okay.
It was a nuisance.
Yeah. And how has it changed since Mr. Bloodworth bought it?
It's tremendously changed the neighborhood. It helped that out right there because those trailer park that sit up there for a long time vacant. And I don't think that that's a neighborhood left behind. And I think we done lost the time how long it sit up there. It looks a whole lot better now, a whole lot better.
Okay. And would you support his request for a variance so he could keep operating that as a gravel lot?
Oh, yes. I'm behind him 100%.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
I don't have any other questions, Bishop Shelby. If I may move on to.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Okay.
continue your testimony,
Okay.
whatever you need.
Mr. Bloodworth, when did you move into what we're been referring to as the main lot across the street?
Approximately 2013.
And which of your entities is the owner?
It would be the Tow Lot LLC.
Since you bought it in 2013, have you ever received any citations because you had gravel on that lot?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, and what is the nature of your business? What do you do?
We're in the impound business. We've removed vehicles from private property at the request of property owners.
Parking lot enforcement.
Correct.
And how many properties in Missouri do you serve?
Approximately 300.
And of the apartment complexes?
Apartment complexes, restaurants, bars, pretty much anywhere that, somebody could leave a vehicle that the owner would need to have removed.
You remove them and then the owners can either redeem them.
Eventually.
Apologies to interrupt. This is the court reporter. Could you make sure to both be speaking into the microphone?
Yeah, sorry about that. Pull that microphone around. Okay. Court reporter, you getting us now? Okay.
Mr. Meyer, pull yours closer, and Mr. Bloodworth, pull yours closer. Thank you.
And then if you could just repeat that last question. Thank you.
Okay. We were talking about your business. You impound the cars and then the owners can either redeem them or they're sold, right?
Correct.
And are most of the cars brought in, kept for a while and then taken back out? So it's sort of a rotating inventory.
I would say approximately 80% of the vehicles leave the facility in the first couple days.
Okay. And then if you have a vehicle which is damaged or leaking fluids, how do you deal with that on the lot?
Currently, we'll park the vehicle. If there's been a big leak, we'll dig up the gravel. And I've got an area where I've been putting gravel that's obviously contaminated and then adding more gravel to that area.
To where you had to dig up?
Correct.
Okay. Now the subject lot where you're seeking a variance, when did you purchase it? Approximately.
Less than a year.
And in what did you purchase that from a private buyer or from whom?
We purchased it from an individual that purchased it from the city.
From the tax sale?
I don't think he bought it directly from the tax sale. No.
Okay, but you bought it from the individual.
Yes.
All right. And what did it look like when you bought it?
I mean, it completely burned down trailer park with squatters and the police department coming by on a regular basis, trying to deal with a lot of the problems on the property.
And what did you do to it after you bought it?
Told all the homeless people they could stay there for a little while. That was the first thing I did because they were all very concerned about where they were going to go. And slowly but surely over time began working on the property. Just working on it really. Removing trash. I've taken 60 40-yard dumpsters of trash off the property.
And did you have to demolish some structures, mobile homes?
Most of the structures and things had been removed during some sort of remediation process by the city.
Okay. Some kind of environmental deal.
Correct.
Okay. Then did you put up a fence?
Correct. Yes.
What kind of fence did you put up? I believe we saw it there in the photos.
It's an 8-foot tall steel fence that surrounds the entire property.
Okay. And have you been using it to store vehicles now?
Yes.
And did you put gravel on it?
Yes.
Okay. Have you obtained, or first off, how much did you pay for this lot for which you're seeking a variance?
Approximately $120,000.
I don't think the cost is relevant at this point in time, sir.
Okay.
I would like to ask are you almost done with your
Almost.
question? Okay, because I think you've got 2 minutes left in
Okay.
your presentation time.
Have you obtained any bids on what it would cost to pave this property?
Yes.
How much is that?
Anywhere between 300,000 and 700,000 are the bids that I've gotten.
And how much square footage would you have to pave?
Approximately 3 acres.
And would that be economically viable for you?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Yes.
I have a question of staff. Is there a way that we could tie a condition to this variance that it would be tied to the use of the vehicular storage, like the tow lot, such that if the use were to change over time, that the variance would lapse? Possibility.
Yeah, I am not familiar with planners doing that in the past. I would refer to the law department if that was something we could do.
I think I would have to do further research on that
Okay.
question. I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
I guess I had a couple questions regarding the buffer zone that is to be required. It sounds like that is currently being violated. What is your method to remedy that and hit the setbacks that are required by the city, even if it were to stay gravel, you would still need to hit requirements that are not being met currently?
Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, I haven't paved the setback area, or excuse me, I haven't gravelled the setback area in the front. I was kind of waiting for all of this to get resolved. At the time when this is resolved, obviously, I will make sure that we're in compliance.
So how does that work with Anna with what you had kind of, I think a photo, it looked like there was not was it 90 or 90-foot buffer? Can you bring that plan back up? I just want clarity on where that would need to be then to meet the requirements for what the city is asking.
It's on the north side of the property, closest to 40 Highway. The only R district in the area is actually on the other side of the main lot. So we're talking about it's the old trailer park, then 40 Highway, then the current tow lot. They're talking about houses that are completely on the other side of that area.
The zoning clearance letter for the business license said that the first 90 feet
Right.
of this yellow property cannot have any vehicles on it because of its distance to the R-zoned property to the north.
Going back to Jazz's question, the code does allow you to approve a variance with conditions. So if you wanted to put a condition on it, the code does allow that.
So we're literally talking a setback that's on the north side of the trailer park that has another entire tow lot to the north of it that's gravelled, that's been approved. The houses are on the north side of that. All of the houses to the east or west, Those are all M1 through 5 houses. The only residential is to the north of the 5631 East 31st Street.
That on your mouse, can you, Anna?
Well, yeah, it's off. I
Heads
can
up.
pull up a different map if you need me to. Yeah, I don't know how the first tow lot, got approved there. The regulations may have not existed at that time, but the buffer, the 500-foot buffer from any residentially zoned area, is applicable today, which is why it's applicable to the yellow.
So that's the 90 feet then that would
The 90 feet, is 90 feet down from
from the
this,
yellow, yes.
property, correct?
Yes, so
Yes.
right now you are currently parking then within the buffer zone where you should not have vehicles parked then according to that 500-foot buffer.
It's not very much. I mean, if we're talking
Well, it'd
90
still be
feet.
a
it's-
violation then if it's not
No,
very
you're,
much.
no, I'm with you.
Okay.
We're fine. It's like 75 feet or something like that. I haven't actually measured it out. I really felt like that we needed to get this resolved so I could make a decision as to whether I can even do business here or not.
Thank you for that clarification.
I want to make mention that I do appreciate your efforts in making adjustments to the neighborhood and community, being familiar with that mobile park. It's been a crime-ridden area for a long time that needed something done to it. Oftentimes in this district, our neighbors and development activities are left behind, and it takes people like you being willing to make those commitments. However, we do have code standards in place for a reason, but I think, and I've seen in instances where we've made exceptions that support the efforts of businesses in that location, especially when you have neighborhoods and neighborhood leaders who are willing to be of support to you. I do have a concern though regarding the variance, and so I do appreciate committee person, board member Hayes for asking that question, because I do want to ensure that in the event you, for whatever reason, decide you don't want to do business in this location, whatever variance we pass does not go on to the next business. And so with that, I do want to make a motion that in the case number 72, that we approve the variance with the conditions that the variance is only applicable to its current use, and that you abide by the additional condition that you have to have a 90-foot setback on that property.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Could you say your motion again?
Yes. Approve the variance for the gravel with the condition that you abide by the 90-foot setback
And maintain the current use.
and maintain the current use as it is.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I was missing.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll second that
If I
motion.
may, I'd like to
Eddie?
address, yes,
Go
we
ahead.
didn't, there was no questions asked about if there are any further questions from city staff or the applicant. So I'm gonna go ahead and voice in. I am a member of the mayor's multi-jurisdictional task force. We go around looking at the city for betterment of the city. Our current operation is the review of tow services and tow lots throughout the city, the violations that are occurring. We've just begun this, and we will be issuing violation notices to tow lots that are out of compliance, many of them with gravel that have been operating without it. All of the cases that come through city compliance, through development compliance, are complaint generated. So the only reason this particular case was brought up at this time was because there was a complaint. There will now be complaints regarding the surrounding zoning, towing services and sites, and they will be investigated in the same way, and they will be prosecuted in the same manner.
I think it might be important that you actually look at the list of the places that she indicated. One is the city tow lot, which is paved. They're having remediational issues there. One of them is not even a tow lot. It's not where J&K Tow is. That's inaccurate. And the third one, if you actually pull it up and look at it, you'll notice that all the cars are on gravel. So.
I don't know how many gravel tow lots there are in the city limits. I don't want to see 30 to 40 cases in front of us asking for a variance. I will say that concerns me. Perhaps that would involve some sort of council action. I don't know, but I will say that that concerns me. But I do think that letting this particular lot become sort of a dumping ground is probably a worse use than allowing a gravel tow lot to sit there. And I think that the concern for a later use using the gravel lot variance, I think, is a valid concern. But I think tying the condition helps with that to some extent. So those are my thoughts.
Motion? Motion?
I thought it still stand.
Well, we had.
I think
other
I technically
testimony.
did second it.
Okay, good. All right, okay.
Moran?
I don't know. I have concerns about this. Aye.
Sorry.
Aye.
Okay. Mixdorf?
Opposed.
Right?
Aye.
Hayes?
Aye.
Ebbets?
I'm like Miss Moran. I'm gotta go with city staff, so opposed. I'm sorry, sir.
Motion fails.
It's opposed. We've got too many lots.
Okay.
Or you can appeal our decision.
I do.
Sir,
I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yep,
Okay, we're gonna take docket item 8 next.
right?
This is case CD BZA 2024-106. This is a request to appeal city staff's determination regarding the infill standards ordinance on about 0.47 acres generally located at northwest corner of Benton Boulevard and East 21st Street. Larissa Chomby is the staff planner associated with this case. Looks like the applicant team is in the room with us. A reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this item to please identify themselves now so we can identify you for the public hearing. Seeing none.
Do we have anyone in the virtual audience, Anna?
Seeing none.
Thank you. You three people in front, please state your names.
Ryerson.
Yes,
Angela Culp.
thank you.
Charlie Russell.
Thank you. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
Yes.
Thank you. Who's speaking on your case today?
I am.
Okay, great. Be sure the microphone is close to you. And there are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10. We need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to do that?
You do.
Great. One of those is a presentation by Miss Larissa. Please tell us about the case.
All right, Larissa Chomby, City Planning and Development, and I'll share my screen. All right, hang on, I will do that one more time.
What did they do?
I do see it on both screens, even if it is not enlarged.
Okay, well, this is an appeal for the infill standards ordinance for the building width of a proposed duplex located at 2024 Benton Avenue.
Boulevard, yeah.
Correct, Boulevard, my mistake. So this is the location of the subject property. It's located in the heart of the city area. And then you can see the property highlighted in yellow at the northwest corner of Benton Boulevard and East 21st Street. It is currently vacant and zoned R 1.5. This is a view of the property from the corner of Benton Boulevard and East 21st Street. And again, just showing
Sorry, so there
the,
actually is a problem with that, and it's because, so on Zoom, the slides aren't forwarding.
love it. Okay. Try again.
Stay in this mode,
I can.
if that will
Yeah.
forward on to.
We can move forward with it like this. And do I need to start over, or are we okay moving forward with this one? I'll zoom in a little bit. So the slides are larger.
Going.
Yeah.
Yep.
So on my left, you'll see the property highlighted in red this time with an alleyway showed highlighted in yellow. And then the picture on my right shows that boulevard designation on Benton Boulevard. So now we'll go into our timeline. So on September 5th, the applicant reached out to city planning to discuss the building width language in the zoning and development code, asking what the building width should be for the proposed duplex. On September 8th, city staff responded with the wording, any new construction must comply with the average building width of the context area. However, for a duplex, it would follow the average width of other duplexes in that context area. There are only single-family homes within 200 feet of the property, and therefore the conventional standards reduced by 25% should be followed. And that's on the screen and in the application as well. So moving on to June 12th, the applicant submitted these plans that you see on your screen here. They were assigned to a different planner who reviewed them against the infill ordinance, and that planner failed the first review with these corrections. And the appeal that we're hearing today is this last correction, which is label the total building width of the duplex maximum width per the infill calculator should not exceed 58.125 feet. And so that section of code is 88.110.07. The code reads that the building width shall not exceed 125% of the widest of the two nearest buildings in the infill residential context area. There is no mention of the building type, just that we need to take into consideration the two nearest buildings. So when the applicant found that correction to not match the initial discussion had with staff in September, then they requested alternatives to the code. So they were led down the path for a variance or appeal, and they submitted their appeal request later on. So when the appeal came through, staff did review it against the infill standards. And so this is the infill context area, the 200 feet. And then those starred lots are the ones that we took into question. These are the properties adjacent to the subject property. And then staff did also recomplete the infill calculator. And it does show that that maximum building width should be 58.125 feet. With that, we also just reviewed that site plan and I've highlighted the variances or nonconformities for the infill standards. So first of all is the reason we're here is this 98-foot wide structure. And then they are also located on the boulevard. And so this driveway and the southern driveway also came into consideration, the location of the garages, and then the rear setback for the duplexes. Staff also and I'll finish up here with this alleyway. The wording for alleyway is actually, for this section, for the infill section, is improved, shall mean paved with a hard surface or gravel and not improved to public works standards, which is that width and curbs. So staff also reviewed it to the conventional standards, reduced by 25%, as was mentioned in the September email. The structure still does not comply with those standards either because of the location of the property adjacent to the boulevard. And so although staff did provide incorrect information in September, that does not give city staff permission to misapply the code when applications come through, and staff did not err when they reviewed the submitted plans. And I can answer any questions if you have them.
Board members, questions of Ms. Larissa? So Larissa, back in September, they granted preliminary approval to do this?
No, it was just a email conversation between staff and the applicant. There was also no pre-application meeting held with staff at that point.
Any other questions of Ms. Larissa? Mr. Russell, why should we approve your request?
Thank you. So let's go back to the original reason why this lot is being developed. Over a year ago, my client approached me to help her get this building built. She wants to live in this home herself. She wants to move to an area where she grew up, and she wants to be closer to her family and her mother specifically. And that's the origin of this project. And we approached this as an effort to infill a lot that is vacant in the city, and we want it to be infilled, and we want it to be providing housing. So as part of this, it's my responsibility to review the code and to approach the city with any questions that we have about discrepancies. This lot is unique because it is really two lots that have been combined into one. So the lot itself is extra wide when compared to other lots. And this is something that the infill ordinance doesn't really take into consideration. The infill ordinance addresses building width only. So I reached out to the city, realizing that the building width could be an issue, and I received this email conversation, excuse me. The email conversation for me, while it wasn't necessarily a pre-application meeting per se, I don't take it lightly. I take the words of city planners literally and explicitly and very, very seriously. And we design off of those determinations that we get. We do not assume that they are wrong. We assume that they are interpreting the code correctly. And so my client and myself proceeded to spend a year of design work, lots of money, engineering, pricing, energy code analysis, everything based on this zoning determination that we got via email. We go to permit, and then suddenly this project is not feasible anymore. Now, this project has already been designed, engineered, priced, financed, everything. And so for them to say that the building has to be half as wide as it is, that makes the project not feasible. And so for us, this is about trying to get the intent of the code to align with reality. And all of these provisions that are here, the garage ordinance, the driveway ordinance, the building width, these are all things that are not really being followed by any of the other properties in the area. If you look at the way that the garage, the boulevards and parkways code is being applied, it hasn't been applied to any of these other properties that have been built. That entire area has new construction all up and down that street. All of those garages are in front of the houses. We even have, written proof from the reviewers saying that they feel like those were reviewed in error when they were. And furthermore, when it comes to the alley access, this would be the only property in the context area in either side of the block in the whole area using an alley. None of the other properties utilize this alley. It dead ends to a forest halfway down. Every single other house on this street, whether old or new, has a driveway to the street. And so for us, we taking the code literally doesn't really satisfy the intent of the code to get homes that fit a context area. And that is why we are seeking the variances on the garage placement, the variance on the alley access driveway placement, and specifically then the appeal to go back to the original determination that we were given on the building width so that this lot can be developed as designed. Happy to answer any questions.
So why exactly is the building width going through an appeal rather than a variance?
That was what we were instructed to do. Originally,
The
this
question would be directed to staff.
So the, through the email correspondence with the applicant, we said that you could appeal the determination from the staff that reviewed the plans originally and then move forward with variances. The variance application was submitted and is being heard today as well. And I believe those variances are listed. And I believe Connor is the planner on that, so he will answer those questions. But we did say that he did have the option to appeal, and that would affect the number of variances that would be required for the property.
Okay, so,
So
but is the building width variance in that other case?
Correct. Yes.
Okay,
So there,
so-
the two scenarios would be if you would be the appeal for the plan review determination, and those would be those 4 variances that I showed. And I can pull up that screen again.
Because clarification, the plans, whether or not they follow the incorrect previous determination or the new one still need variances.
Right.
And so this is the, so these would be the 4 variances that would be required if you go with the appeal for the building width. And then if you decide to not make a decision on that appeal or deny that one, it would be these 2 variances for the boulevard standards.
Yes, my understanding was that the variances are for dealing with the boulevards and parkways ordinance code, which has to do with the garage placement, and then a variance on the infill ordinance driveway placement with the alley access. And then the appeal has to do with the determination on the building width. Those are the 3 things I was aware of.
So when we do an appeal case, basically what we're determining is whether or not staff was incorrect in interpreting the code. And it sounds like in this case in front of us, I mean, staff was wrong at one point or another. It was either back in September or later, and we're determining whether or not the second time they were wrong. We need some sort of evidence. I mean, other than like, oh, they made a mistake back in September, we need some sort of evidence that their interpretation of the code their current interpretation of the code is incorrect. That's not to say that you can't have your building width. I don't know, because we're about to hear the case later, I guess. But as far as the determination of how city staff erred in interpreting the code, I haven't seen evidence of that, but
To me, the appeal was presented to me as a way of addressing a hardship. Now, the determination that is being placed on this lot right now currently is placing an enormous hardship on this client. The process and the timing of this and the reality of this has to be taken into account. This is not merely about whether or not I'm saying that the new reviewer is correct or incorrect. This is about the hardship that determination is going to place on my client. And that's why I'm appealing the determination, because a year and many thousands of dollars have been spent trying to infill this lot based on an honest conversation with city staff. Now, whether or not the new reviewer is right or the old reviewer is right, that's not why I'm here to appeal. I am here to appeal so that my client can move forward with the project that she in good faith has worked with the city to try to do. And I guarantee you, if this appeal is not, this building width maintains at like 50 feet, that lot's going to remain vacant forever. Like this project's dead. And so I have to express just how serious that is. This is not just like, oh, this person is right, that person's wrong, moving on. No, this is like either or. And that's how this was presented to me, as an appeal, and this is why it's not a variant.
I think it's just a misunderstanding of the case types here. The case in front of us, as we're discussing right now, the appeal, the nature of it is determining whether staff was correct in its interpretation or not. That's what this case is, and I understand that you perceive there to be a hardship in this case, and understood. that would be resolved in the variance case.
Is there any, if a determination is made on this appeal, we still hear the variance case, correct?
Correct.
Regardless.
So we
Okay.
could even
Got
if
it. So then, yeah, that is a misunderstanding. My understanding was that the building width is limited to this appeal process, not that there was not a variance on the appeal. So there's going to be a separate talk about that.
So yeah,
Okay.
you're on the docket as items number 6 and number 8 right now.
Mhm.
So we're hearing number 8, which is the appeal. So we're trying to determine that before we then would proceed and hear the first case, which would be 6, which would be for variances.
Mhm.
That's correct.
Okay.
What is the building width?
It's currently 98 feet wide.
And allowed is 58.
58, correct.
So I'll offer motion on docket item 8, case number CD BZA 2024-00106. I move that we deny the request to appeal city staff's determination.
Second.
Inputting this into my Hayes,
Right was the
Right.
second.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to number 6 then.
Yep.
Okay, docket number 6, case CD BZA 2024-117. This is a request to approve variances to the infill vehicular use standards and the Boulevard and Parkway standards, plus any additional variances on about 0.4 acres generally located at 2024 Benton Boulevard. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant team is of course in the room with us.
Anyone in the virtual audience that you see?
As a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item number 6, to please raise their hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing or approach the microphone. Seeing none.
Even though I swore you in for the other case, we're going to do the same procedure.
Okay.
Please state your names.
Bobby Frierson.
Angela Culp.
Charlie Russell.
Thank you. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
I do. I do.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, Mr. Russell, I think you're the speaker on this one.
Mhm.
We have a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Can we admit those?
You can.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. Connor, tell us all about the case.
All right, today we have docket item 6, CD BZA 2024-00117 at 2024 Benton Boulevard, zoning district R15- and R2.5, seeking approval of variances to the infill vehicular use standards and to the Parkway and Boulevard standards, plus any additional variances. General location of the site, a closer look at the site itself. This is the plan. In your staff report, it may be easier to zoom in on that to have a closer look at those numbers on the plan. This is the request from a presentation from the applicant outlining their requests. This is an aerial imagery that was submitted of the neighborhood. You'll see where that red pin is the location of the site. The alternate angle from Google Earth. This is a look at that alley behind the property. A look at street view. You'll see that there are notes at the bottom of these images regarding the driveways on the property, or adjacent properties rather. This is an image of garage placement for properties. Additional images. This is an elevation of the proposed design. This is a brief summary from the applicant. I can come back to it if you need it later while the applicant is speaking. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that denial of the appeal would mean that 2 of the variances would be applicable here rather than everything else.
Correct, but it does sound like they want to hear the information about the other 2.
Sure,
So go ahead and
absolutely.
mention it.
Okay, so variance request A, a variance of complete deviation to the infill vehicular use standards to permit a driveway from the street when an improved alley is present to be permitted on the subject site. Again, this is a complete deviation and substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Properties within the contest area contain driveways from the street rather than from an alley. However, aerial imagery shows that these were constructed prior to the infill ordinance. An additional note here is that you'll see that this property actually owns a portion of this alley, which makes things a bit unique. Variance request B is a variance of complete deviation to the Parkway and Boulevard standards for residential development to permit a garage to be located between the structure and the boulevard on the subject site. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. As viewed from Google Street View, it would appear that around half of the homes, roughly, with attached garages in the immediate area would be compliant with this requirement. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. These next two are variances that I guess would be omitted based on that denial of the appeal. However, you guys requested to see these anyway for your information. So variance request C would have been a variance of 40.335 feet to the maximum building width on an infill lot to permit a building width of 98.46 feet on the subject site. This is per a previously assessed infill calculation by staff that the maximum building width permitted is 58.125 feet, resulting in that variance of 40.335 feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as homes in the area are much narrower. The difficulty could be obviated through change of design. And then variance request D would have been a variance of 3.5 feet to the rear setback requirement of an infill lot to permit a rear setback of 26.5 feet on the subject site. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, and as homes in this area are generally compliant with rear setback requirements. Difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, and that concludes my very long presentation.
Okay, I'm really confused now. You're saying we
Yeah.
can't grant C and D now?
So, based on the denial of the appeal, had that been the other way, all four of these variances would have been required. But since the appeal was denied, only the first two apply. And I'm not sure if
So they
They
can build to a 90-foot width?
Yeah, I'll clarify. So you upheld the decision that the shorter width technically applies because that's what is required. So not that you're not forced to do anything, but in staff's opinion, the two variances A and B are the only ones applicable to the code as it stands now, since you're upholding the infill standards. If you want to approve the plans as submitted, all four apply.
Because I read the red item in the staff report saying variant C and D below only apply should we vote to deny the appeal. So we can still choose to apply them.
right.
if we want.
If they want to, if they want the smaller, like, if they want the smaller setback, then they would still require a variance, right?
If they build per infill standards, they would still need the variances A and B. If you want to approve the plans as they're submitted, they need variances C and D because they're not complying with the infill standards. But in the previous appeal case, you said city staff was correct in applying those infill standards to the.
And then we
the
can
lot.
offer the option to have a variance to those widths through this process.
We would be changing, like, it would still be a variance to these setbacks, but it would be like different numbers, different parts of the,
We're just including, we could include C and D
okay.
that are already in the staff report.
Yeah, because part of why I voted to deny the first one was that we had the option to grant the variance in the second one.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
yeah,
all right.
you do. And I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we
if I-
just think that only 2 of them are truly applicable because we're upholding the infill standards.
Got it.
Mr. Russell.
Thank you again. So going back to repeat a few of the things that I had said before and just start to drill down on what we're doing here right now. There are really 3 things that we feel are critically important for this project. One is the building width, obviously. We have a doubly wide lot, and that has, been the leading driver for why this design is the way that it is. If the lot was half the width, the building would be half the width, right? And so the code really doesn't provide us opportunities to be flexible when you have a doubly wide lot like this. Furthermore, we want to maintain the context of the neighborhood. Every effort that we're doing here with this design is to try to maintain the neighborhood context given the unique aspects of this lot. So for example, we could have built, given the zoning, we could have built a much larger building going up. We could have gone crazy, made 3-story, 5-story, whatever, just gone crazy with it. It's R1.5. What we want to do is maintain a single family like character by building a wide duplex that is ranch style and is 1 story. And we feel that that scale is appropriate for the neighborhood, despite that its width being wider than other single family homes in the area, because this is a duplex. And then furthermore, the garage and driveway placement, that is all just an effort to match what's nearby. That's just like using logic, walking down the street. If you look left and right, you don't see anybody that doesn't have that. It's all like that. So again, this is about fitting the intent of the code, really, and trying to get the infill ordinance to align with reality, which is to infill our city with buildings that fit the context.
Have you received any comments from neighbors or a neighborhood association or anybody else regarding this project?
You like to speak on that?
Yes, I have, and they're looking forward to it. That lot's been vacant for maybe 50 years. Yeah, they're tired of it.
And I wanted to comment, Mr. Russell, I greatly appreciate all the photos that you provided in this application. It helps us understand the context of the area so much better. So thank you
Good.
for taking that effort and putting that into this document.
Yes, my pleasure.
And I'd like to echo Ms. Mixdorf, because the photo that shows all the driveways coming out towards Benton Boulevard gives us reason to possibly approve Ms. Culp's request on her request. So, yeah.
Yeah, it seems to me that there's 2 things that distinguish this from a normal case. That all the other houses have driveways onto the boulevard, and also the staff's original approval. I think that's a consideration. So I
don't think there was an original approval from.
Well, staff's original statement that.
The original statement about the building width, saying that we
I
could
mean,
do that.
I don't think we're bound to that, but I think it is a factor. So, and it looks to me like you couldn't really build what the intent of what you want to do with the duplex, which apparently is allowed at the 58-foot width. So.
No.
How wide is the lot?
The lot is roughly, what is that? It's 130 or something like that.
Give me just a moment to pull my staff report and I can zoom in on that.
It's probably somewhere in here.
And normally for most residential, you just have like 7 or 10 feet on each side. The 58-foot width would give you massive amounts on each
Yeah.
side.
Yeah. I mean, really what I think personally what the code is wanting to do is pretend like every lot is 50 feet wide, right? It tries to kind of like put a blanket understanding on things. And then when you have something like this, which really is anomalous, it probably didn't used to be all combined into, it used to probably have like, split up into 30-foot plats or something like that. But we got odd vacant lots now throughout the city that are different.
So to be compliant, they would need extremely large side yards that are like.
Yeah, kind of ridiculous. Yeah.
To come back to that building width question, I'm seeing 133 feet.
Okay. That works out to what, 35 feet on either side then? That would be compliant or in that ballpark.
Yeah, a lot.
So with a variance of 69%, I mean, that seems large, but considering the oddities of how the code is applied here, yeah, it's laying a burden here.
So
Motions?
I have a motion.
Thanks.
I move that the board approve all the variances requested, I believe, A through D.
A through D.
In case number 117?
In case number, docket item number 6, case number 117, in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Orion?
Aye.
Mixer?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye.
Hayes?
Aye.
And Debbitz.
Aye. Good luck with your project, Ms. Culp.
Thank you
for
very
coming
much.
down.
Appreciate you.
I'd like to take, even though we're close to the lunch hour, I'd like to take one more case. Number,
Have Goran's back there, because Miss Duma is back. in the
I
office.
know, that's why I'm hoping that 12,
Back there.
that I didn't see him walk through the front door. I was hoping that maybe Tom will be back up because we're almost, if we get through 12, number 1 may not take very long.
What about number 7?
7, I thought,
7.
oh God, did we pass that one?
Yep, they're right there. Because 6 and 8 were
Well, that one's gonna
companion
take-
cases.
Oh, yeah, that's,
Looking
no,
for a
well,
short
that's
one.
true. It's
Yeah.
number 7, I'm out on this one, so,
Looking for a short one, 12 looks shorter.
12 looks like a short one. We're gonna take 12. Sorry. Who's ever number 7? Who's number 7?
The 2 gentlemen in the front row.
Come up.
Not yet. Mr. Dwayne Hodges is going to be next in our hit list.
Yeah. Okay, docket item number 12. This is case CD BZA 2024-85. This is a request to approve a variance to the features allowed to encroach on the setbacks to permit a deck to encroach in the side setbacks plus any other needed variances on about 0.16 acres generally located at 3229 Carnes Boulevard. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. Looks like the applicant team is in the room with us.
Is anyone online? This one? We should have Mr. Hodges, I'm guessing.
Let's see, we do have, okay, yeah, there is a few people online. Looks like the applicant's online. Dwayne, I'm promoting you now. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony to please raise their hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. Dwayne, you have to accept the promotion.
Mr. Hodges, once you're there, please be sure to turn on your microphone and camera to be sworn in. Not there?
Not accepting the promotion. And there's also a Bridget that keeps raising their hand and unraising their hand. You want to provide public testimony on 3229 Carnes Boulevard, docket item 12. Please keep your hand raised. And Dwayne declined the
Okay. He's the applicant.
okay, let's try this one more time.
Mr. Hodges is usually in person, just so you know.
Are you the property owner?
Yeah.
Of the property owners in the room with them.
Okay, well, should we go? Hodges going to raise his hand yet?
He's connected.
He's connected? Good.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Hodges, camera and microphone on. I see your camera. Is microphone on, Dwayne?
I believe so.
Okay, I'd like, first of all, the 2 people at the table, please identify yourself.
Javi Juarez.
Thank you, Javi.
I'm Sarah Juarez.
Thank you. And Mr. Hodges, I recognize you, but please identify yourself for the court reporter.
My name is Dwayne Hodges.
Thank you. Please raise your right hands to be sworn, all 3 people. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes.
Okay, all 3 have said yes. Who's going to be speaking on the case? Is that you, Mr. Hodges, or one of the?
Mrs. Juarez will be speaking for most of it. I will answer any of the technical code-related or building-related questions.
That's great. So Sarah, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do.
Yes?
Yes, you do.
Okay, thank you. One of those is a presentation by Ms. Sodari on your case. So Stephanie, tell us all about it.
All right, we got docket item number 12, CDBCA 2024-85, located on 3229 Carnes Boulevard, zoned R-6, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the rear and side setbacks, which are subject to infill lot and building standards, to permit an already built deck of about 468 square feet on the subject site. The subject site is located on western side of Kansas City, real close to the border with Kansas. Highlighted in yellow is the subject site. This, from street view, this is what the house looks like right now, and you can see a detached garage that was approved previously, and then the decking, part of the deck in question can be seen in front of that garage. These are pictures of existing conditions. And this is the deck. Here is a site plan. So we got the wooden deck goes is in the backyard and connects all the way to the existing garage. So because the deck connects the garage, now the garage is considered an attached garage and part of the home. So the variances will be based of the building setbacks, not an accessory structure setback. All right, so variance A is a variance of 19.6 feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a rear setback of 10.4 feet on the subject site. So the requirement is 30 feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The newly built deck is aligned with the house's rear setback on the east side of the lot. However, it is unusual for a deck to be seen from the street. So the difficulty could have been obviated had the homeowners gone through the proper permitting process. In building this deck and connecting it to the detached garage, like I said, the garage becomes attached to the primary structure and must follow the infill lot and building standards. So by building this deck without permits, the homeowners have created their own hardship. And then back to the change of the character of the neighborhood. So for this variance in particular, it doesn't create a change to the character of the neighborhood because the garage has been there, so it's the same setback. And here is that setback highlighted or underlined in yellow. Variance request B, a variance of 4.8 feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a side setback of 0.2 feet on the south side of the subject site. So the requirement is 5 feet. This is a request of 4.8 feet. So again, a change is not anticipated since the deck is aligned with the existing setback on the south side of the lot. But again, it is unusual for a deck to be seen from the street. And again, the difficulty could have been obviated had proper permitting been sought. And by building this deck without permits creates their own hardship. And so this is, so the wood deck is here. And since again, the garage is now part of the home, and it has to go to the home's side setbacks, we are 0.2 feet, but it's been there, the garage. Variance request C, last variance, is a variance of 2.3 feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a side setback of 2.7 feet on the north side of the subject site. So again, the requirement is 5 feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated because the construction of the deck caused the side setback to the north of the lot to be smaller. So it is not aligned with the house's current setback. And the difficulty, again, could have been obviated had proper permitting been submitted. And again, this creates their own hardship. And so this is just zoomed in. So here, so the house is at 3.6 feet, but with the deck, it creates a side setback of 2.7 feet. And that concludes the end of my presentation.
Board members, questions of Ms. Stephanie?
I assume they now have a building permit.
No, so they got the notice of violation of work without permits. So they are seeking these variances to alleviate that violation, but they would still have to, based on the results from today, they would then make their building plans according to what you determine, and they would submit for a permit and have it reviewed by staff.
All right. So, Ms. Sarah, why should we grant your request today?
Well, we unfortunately had the misfortune of having the initial contractor not pull the proper permits, hence why we have contacted Mr. Hodges, who built the initial garage and deck. And so for assistance to help us with that. And so we have built it and, you know, it's very functional and we use it. Obviously, we are going through the permitting process. We are also going through the municipal court process. So we are going through all of that to get this alleviated and, you know, to finalize this. Our family has been enjoying this. And I understand the city is saying that there are no decks, but there are many houses in that neighborhood who have a second floor deck. Even my neighbor to the south has a patio from his second floor bedroom with a doorway that can outlook the traffic way. This house originally, when we purchased it, had a second floor patio that looked out to the traffic way exactly, you know, at the same level that this deck is now. Obviously, it's not the same size, but it was physically collapsing. So having a second floor deck in an American Foursquare is not unusual for the homes in Coleman Highlands. So I don't understand being, you know, that being an issue in this report. We are requesting the variance. We have had the variance for our garage and the setback since 2015 when we received our certificate of occupancy. And so that has been fine. And now we had this issue and we are going through working with Dwayne, and he can attest to everything that has been reviewed by the engineer and architect.
Okay. Dwayne, let's have a few comments from you on this, please.
Yes, first thing I would like to add is that at least 2 to 4 times every single year, I am in the same situation where some contractor did not pull any permits. And it's not just Kansas City. My previous project was out in actually Olathe. And so this is not an unusual situation. And honestly, I've been doing this quite a while, and I don't know of any customer that has ever checked to see personally that I got a permit, because most of them are not familiar with the city's, you know, Compass KC system. So having said that, we got a variance to build the garage, and the deck that's right in front of the garage we had at that time. So the new portion of the deck that was added on is, you know, it attaches to the original piece of the decking that we already had there.
But for access to this garage deck, is there a set of stairs, either exterior or interior to the garage that got you to that second floor previously, before you had this connected access?
There were a set of stairs that, the way they had initially been set up took up a large middle chunk of that yard. And so when you would walk down the driveway and maybe look diagonally to the backyard, all you saw was this kind of set of stairs that just was not functional. And there was not much we could do with our patch of backyard and then have these stairs. And so we needed something a little more functional, that allowed access to the garage if we needed it. And then, left space underneath and not just one big, wide wooden deck that would take up our yard, because we do have dogs, or a dog.
I'll comment again. I appreciate you submitting additional images. It's very valuable to the board to see these other things. A lot of applicants are not submitting those, so I appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely something, I think improved the home. We have now basically 3 type of patio areas. We still have our front porch. We have our below patio area for the shade. And we, have, that upper nice deck that we can, see. Sometimes we can see, things that are occurring in the city. And it's just provided and increased the value of the house.
Are there any comments from your neighbors or the neighborhood association?
We have not received any comments, negative. We actually received quite a bit of positive comments. We had my daughter's 8th grade graduation at our home, and we were able to entertain, use the garage for music in the band, have food in the driveway, have people sit on the deck for a quieter area. And we had people coming and going, fire trucks showing up, just everybody loved the deck.
The question, board members? And or
I have a question. I'm trying to understand, was there, when the garage was originally built, there was already a deck there and the new one was expanded and that's why we're here?
I'll let Dwayne or homeowner address that, because to my belief it was just the garage and then the deck was built later, but I'll have them
No,
answer.
that's not correct. So when the garage was rehabbed, the original garage was collapsing. So we rebuilt the garage. There was an initial deck that was with that. And I believe it's in one of the photos, the long distance photo, where it looks like somebody took it from the very front of the driveway. So that initial deck that you see from the driveway in the street, that was built and that got the COI in 2015.
So staff, are you saying that deck is what's causing the setback issue? Or
Yeah.
is it the other portion that now comes out and connects to the house?
So now with the other portion connecting it all together causes the variances to be triggered.
Okay. So the deck we can see from the driveway is fine. It's the portion that's added connecting to the house is the problem.
Yeah, so when they did the garage initially, so they did seek permits for that. So all that was built and that was fine, but then the addition they did to the existing garage and deck caused the variance.
Yes.
any other questions or comments, board members? Motion?
Make a motion. And docket item number 12, case number 85. I move that the board grant the variances requested in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Anyone want a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Mixdorf.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Nay.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Motion is approved. Next time, get a permit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
I'm going to go get,
Tom?
Tom Goran's.
No, my pen.
Yours?
Yeah. Do you need it? Okay.
I have a habit of doing, pretty sure I didn't do it.
Thank you, Ms. Duma.
Thank you all for postponing lunch.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming back.
Of course. Pleasure.
Yeah, that's great.
Right, you are not on this case, so you are
Oh, that's
welcome
right.
to.
Okay.
So who's on the case? 5. Good. Have a seat, Tom. So we had we're going to reestablish docket number 1, case number 13. Ms. Duma, you've already been sworn in.
Yes, sir.
And where were we? We were in the
I
motion.
Made a motion, not realizing Mr. Gorns had left.
And
So-
the meeting.
So I can make my motion again, or if
Please.
Mr. Gorns has any.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, in docket item number 1, case number 13. I move that the court grant the applicant's request to do a reuse of a historic structure in accordance with their application and in accordance with the staff report and site plan, and subject to the conditions that were suggested, imposed by the City Plan Commission, including the additional conditions which are stated on the staff report, which require that the special use permit be renewed annually. Guest maximum for events is limited to 46 guests. An event manager with associated licensed security shall be on the premises managed events between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. I'd also like to strike any reference to the bed and breakfast and replace those in the condition with reuse of historic structure, because that's what we're granting, or what I'm proposing that we grant.
Oh, no bed and breakfast.
We're just striking that. It's a reuse of an existing structure. We have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Second from Ms. Mixdorf.
So anytime the conditions list references.
Yeah,
bed and
yeah,
breakfast,
those
it's supposed to
special conditions.
Just say reuse of a historic structure. Okay, I'm sorry, who seconded it?
Mixdorf.
Mixdorf, my apologies.
Okay.
Gorance,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Hayes,
Opposed.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project passes. Good luck with it. Sure. We're going to take a lunch break for what do we do? Half hour?
30.
For 30 minutes. We'll be back then to hear the rest of the cases.
Then you will be first then. We'll be
Yes,
back to
number 7 will be our first case out. Thank you for your patience. Okay, we're done. Let's go back. Have some lunch.
Yeah, we can ask. What? Will there be a quorum?
Hold on.
Let's double check. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
clerk know that we are in business. You can unmute the microphones and. Perfect. All right, Anna, please call the next case.
Okay, we're looking at docket item number 7. This is case CDBZA 2024-63. This is a request to appeal a notice of abandonment related to a non-conforming sign on about 1.6 acres, generally located at 8912 East US 40 Highway. I am Anna Naniski. I'm the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant team is in the room with us. This is a reminder for anyone else who is on Zoom who wishes to provide public testimony to please raise their hand now. My Zoom failed. But I'm seeing none.
You're seeing that online.
Yes.
Okay. All right, if you can all raise your right hands. And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
And can you each please state your name for the court reporter?
Craig Fidinich.
Martin Haley.
Tony Privatira.
Perfect, thank you. And have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case? No, it's the staff document that lists exhibits 1 through 15, such as the zoning and development code, the staff presentation, and any of the documents that we previously admitted during the last hearing.
I tried to get online. We just couldn't, I tried to get online and I couldn't get it.
Do you have any issue with us viewing those today to hear the rest of your case? Since they are the staff report, the certificate of mailing, the rules and regulations of the Board of Zoning Adjustment.
Yeah.
You're okay to proceed with those? Okay. And so I will admit exhibits 1 through 15. And Ani said there was no additional public testimony. All right, we'll turn it over to you to present the case.
So we'll get to see that.
Yeah, we'll see the full staff presentation now.
Okay. As I mentioned, this is docket item 7, case CDBZA 2024-63. The site in question is 8912 East US 40 Highway. The property is zoned M1-5, and the request is to appeal a notice of abandonment related to a non-conforming sign, a billboard. So we previously heard whether or not the full case should be heard, because the appeal case was filed after the 15-day requirement. So now heard the full merits of the case. The site is located in the eastern portion of Kansas City, Missouri, towards Independence. This is a close-up of the site. It is highlighted in yellow. I did reorient the image. So north is facing towards my left. Just so more can fit on the screen, but it is adjacent to US 40 Highway. And then there's residentially zoned properties towards the back. This is the language from the notice of abandonment. As the owner or agent, they of course are owning a premises where there is a non-conforming outdoor sign, advertising sign, we call those billboards, and that has been blank for a period of 45 days in the district zoned B3-2 /M1. Most of it is M1. There's some B3-2 towards other portions of the site, to be more specific. The sign is therefore deemed abandoned and must be removed. This is an image I took from Google Street View. It's April 2022. We can see the billboard in question and the vacant commercial property. So there's the billboard in question. And there is another view of the same billboard from November of 2023. So that is, good chunk of time in between those images. Still is in the same state, as well as March of 2024. This is from the investigation done by city staff. Blank billboard still appears on the site, and here's the flip reverse side of that, also dated March 2024. And since receiving the notice of abandonment, they have filled the sign. So here's what the sign looks like, I assume today, but the image is, dated April 2024. So it is advertising an event, I believe, that will be occurring in fall of this year. And then Google Street View has also updated their images since then as well. And this is May 2024, now showing the filled billboard. Now to get into details of the code, 8844-514, which is specifically about billboards, outdoor advertising signs. The installation of new ones, there is a very specific and rigorous criteria of where you can have a new one. But if you have a legally non-conforming outdoor advertising sign, so a billboard that was constructed prior to the regulations that we do now have of billboards, that may, of course, stay on the property. Those rights are vested, as long as it is not deemed abandoned for longer than 30 days, or excuse me, and then this property owner has to remove the sign. The cure periods, the other types of notifications that we're used to with other types of zoning violations are not applicable to this section of code, as we can see in that second sentence where it says the notice and cure periods from sections 8844-514 BC. I can, the list goes on and on. Don't apply to this section. And something could be considered blank if it advertises a business, a service, an attraction, an event that's no longer operating or offered. If the advertising sign is somehow ineligible to read, insubstantial or part. So you saw on one of the images, there was a black little square. It's hard to determine what that is, if that's a sign, if it's advertising for anything, that's considered ineligible. So we would deem that as blank as well. If it is fully blank, no advertising copy on the sign, or if it's promoting the rental of the sign, that is also deemed abandoned. Another section of code that talks about abandonment of non-conforming signs generally, not just for billboards. What I just read was specifically for billboards. It says that the on-site commercial signs are deemed abandoned if they are blank or advertising a business, activity, or product no longer in service on the property which it's located. Of course, this meets this section of code as well. The review criteria for an appeal case is that the appeal may be sustained only if the Board of Zoning Adjustment finds that the administrative official have erred. In this case, that's the code enforcement inspector. And due to photo evidence, we do not believe that they did err. And something that I did not get a chance to include in my revised staff report was Exhibit 16, which were their phone records produced at the last meeting that changed the board's decision to grant the full hearing. So I just wanted to make sure that was part of the record as well.
I need to add Exhibit 16 to the admitted. Okay.
And that concludes my staff report. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Exhibit 16 is admitted. On it at this time.
In the time that I've been on the board, we've done a number of cases with pole signs, but this one is a billboard, and I might have missed it. What makes this billboard non-conforming? Is it the zoning district?
It is that the billboard was deemed blank. So there is either no advertising message or an advertising message that is, or something on the billboard that is ineligible. So it's deemed abandoned and thus ordered to remove.
No, I think he was asking what makes it non-conforming.
Like if they wanted to put one up on, suppose it wasn't there and they wanted to put one up now, would anything in the code be preventing them from doing so?
Yeah, the new regulations for billboards are pretty strict about where they can be adjacent to certain districts. So it makes it very hard for new billboards to be built. So all existing ones can stay where they're at because they were built before those regulations, as long as they're constantly being used. Once they've been deemed abandoned, the order is to remove them per the zoning code.
Other questions for city staff? Turn over the applicant, why should we grant this appeal today?
Well, let me lead off first. My name's Craig Fidinich. I've been in the billboard industry for 30 years myself. I'm a native of Kansas City. I married my wife of 35 years, and her family's been in the billboard industry in Kansas City since 1928. My kids are fourth generation in the billboard business. Therefore, I can kind of shed some light on the industry and the standards. This billboard was built in accordance with city permitting at the time of its construction. They're engineered and blueprinted design, and they're designed to where if they suffer any wind damage, because it's up in the air, just like if you could imagine a piece of cardboard or plywood in the wind, it takes a terrific amount of wind load. So they're engineered and designed that if they catch any wind, that the vinyl blows off of the sign rather than bringing the whole structure down. So it's engineered to serve that purpose. This gentleman, Mark Haley, has done an exceptional job of taking care of this billboard in the past. He's always kept it maintained. It's his one and only billboard that he owns. He is a exemplary sign owner because he donates 100% of this for public service. This is for a charity for the youth of Kansas City. So he has always tried to maintain good maintenance of this sign. And he was notified by the city, and in the city letter, it does say he has 30 days to correct the matter. Now, he doesn't obviously live at this commercial lot, and he owns several properties. This is the only billboard he owns. And when he was immediately notified, he did call the city 9 times. Mr. Privateria also, on his behalf, tried to contact the city via email, and there was no response. But being a responsible sign owner, he corrected the matter in 20 days from the time he received his letter. And it was within the 30 days, as the notice does stipulate, it must be corrected. So he's done exactly what he should do. He corrected the matter as quickly as he was notified that there was a problem. And maybe Mark or Mr. Privateer have something else to add to that. But I think that he's done exactly what a responsible owner should do and correct the matter.
Yes, the sign, she said she couldn't see from the street. I don't know how far she's back, but it was a pretty good sized sign called Bosch Tools. I've got a partner of mine, and he's a Bosch tool dealer, and we put that sign up there on one side, and the other side had a Wounded Warriors sign, which at that time, if you go back, I could research it. There were some bad storms around about that time of March or whatever she's talking about, April. There were some big high winds, and it tore part of my roof up, and I had to have that fixed. And that's what happened to that sign, the back side of the sign. So it had advertising on both sides.
Then during this time, Mark's not real tech savvy as it relates to email. All right. And going through the process, he called and called and called this Melissa Simon. I tried contacting Melissa Simon, called and called and called. I will admit, in some cases, did not leave a message. Took me a while. I got through to James Duddy. He talked me through the process for Compass to go through the appeal process. That's where we are. Lots of emails and documentation getting to this point, but corrected the sign. It got installed. It's done. Weeks, maybe a week and a half after trying to get through to this Melissa, she did finally call me and said, "Oh, I got your calls," but that was the extent of the conversation. That was it. So during this whole process, we tried to call, make arrangements. No one was calling back. All right. James called me back. All right. And, assisted me. I sent lots of pictures and photos. And in some cases, this was going on during that process when all of the permitting problems and the computers were messed up. So it took multiple times to get things into the system, but we did do it. And I appreciate James talking me through it.
have a question for clarification. So as we looked at the images that Anna had on the screen, I mean, in April of 2022, it looked blank, November of 2023, March 2024. So when are you saying that that information was then put on that billboard, or how does that timeline work?
Whenever the sign would go bad, I had that permanent sign up there, that Bosch for my partner. All right. And whenever like other charities would want, I would revamp the sign. You understand what I mean? In other words, like, different charitable organizations. I've actually took the money out of my own pocket to bought the vinyl and paid people to hang the signs. That's very expensive. You're looking at $3,000 to have that done. And so I had that permanent, that one that was up there for me, and that's why they told me long time ago, they said I was in compliance. So now everything's not in compliance no more. I don't understand what's going on. And that one side, I just had painted. I took that, if you look there, the sign, I'd had the sign had tore off and we'd had it repainted. You know what I mean? I repainted that whole sign. That's very expensive to have that done.
It's not blank.
It says Bosch and it's not blank. That's
So are
an
you
average-
saying that black box
That
in the
black
billboard
box
says Bosch?
it was bigger than this. It was the size of this table.
Can I elaborate too? I think this is a distant shot with the camera. I don't know if that's just off of Google, but if you were at the edge of the street, you would see that it does say Bosch. And I think all of us take it very seriously to stay in compliant with the city. What he's saying is he mounted these two signs underneath the vinyl. So anytime one ever came down, if there was a delay or any time between posting in the past, that sign would keep the city in compliance on that billboard. That's why he had the two permanent banners mounted on that sign. And then that went in between anytime there was a change of copy. And in this situation, we had a loss of copy and that still remained underneath it. And that's why it was in the picture.
Do you have any photos of that signage in a better application? I guess.
You mean
when I
like the
thi-
Bosch sign?
Yes.
No, not now. I don't. Yeah.
I guess my concern is when you
Because
think of a billboard, I think of a full billboard. So when something
Well-
is taking less than a quarter of the surface, I don't know if that's considered coverage or a usable or used space.
I can shed some light on that. My past experience with the city inspector that oversaw all the billboards and the permits for the billboards, that was in compliance. You couldn't have an ad here or your phone number on it, but you could have any copy in there as long as it was an advertisement.
Do we have size requirements, Anna, that specifically state if it would need to fill the billboard or if it just has to be present?
Right. There is that section that I quoted previously where the billboard would be deemed blank if something was ineligible or illegible. But let me triple check to see what the size requirements are for like a
be
brand
legible.
new
Okay.
billboard. Yeah.
Is there a way to zoom this picture so we could,
Pardon me, ma'am?
I'm asking staff if we could see the,
So as you know, I can't
want
make
the
it
green?
full screen because
Oh,
of the
she's
technical
looking at that.
requirements, but that's me zooming in to just the section. So Google Streetcar is going to be on the street. What could any person within that car
Letters.
see of? Just for clarification, but
Good to
that's,
see white letters, but can't read it.
Yeah, but I mean, it was a big,
So
it was a big sign.
when you put up vinyl for different organizations, what period of time are those usually up? Is that 30 days that you have something up for Wounded Warriors or whatever it may
Sometimes
be?
whenever it's, whenever it's like events, you know what I mean? Like events, like we're gonna have this event, like this in here says, the fall of, 2024. You know, whatever they expire, and then I'd have them because I've never charged anybody one dime to use this sign, ever. And I've owned this sign, I don't know, maybe 20 years or better. I've never charged no one. I mean, I always help people. So, and I've spent, like my wife and I discussed, I've spent several hundreds of dollars on this sign to help people. And you can tell it's in good shape. I mean, it's not a falling down sign. We even kept the backboards. Most of them don't even do that. I keep it painted white and the app and a smaller sign sitting up there. That way, whenever they can hang the new vinyl, it don't cause a problem.
So the sign we're looking at, it just says Bosch.
Yeah, Bosch Tools.
Oh, there's
Bosch.
tools in it?
Yeah, Bosch. It's a tool company. He was a Bosch tool dealer, you know, like power
So the
tools.
black we're seeing says Bosch Tools next to
Yeah,
it?
Bosch Tools. That's what it says, Bosch.
We just
But
can't
this
read
in
it.
here says Dozer Day, the pictures I've got. I didn't know but they're covered now.
So
But I mean, I thought I was in compliance. And if I wasn't in compliance with that type of signage, you'd think they would have sent me a letter. No.
in the letter he did receive, and I'll read it to you, it says, "You are hereby ordered to correct these violations within 30 days from the date of this order." The date of this order obviously wasn't received by the date of March 13th when it was written, but it was corrected by April 8th, as you see the photos.
Mr. Daddy, could you address what that means? What does correct these violations mean in relation to this? Because it says it's abandoned and must be removed. And then it says you must correct it. Is correcting it removing it?
So at what point would correcting be adding signage? Is that, there's never that point of time?
Sorry to interrupt. Could you have Mr. Duddy speak into the microphone?
The remedy would be stated in the notice, and the remedy was removal.
I think to, oh,
To revisit my prior question, this case is for an abandonment of a non-conforming sign. I think there's pretty compelling evidence of the abandonment. The one thing I'm hung up on is the non-conforming part. Like with the pole sign, pole sign cases we've seen, it makes a ton of sense where it's like pole signs are illegal, so they're all non-conforming, and then once they're abandoned, they should be removed. Makes perfect sense to me. With the billboard, I don't know off the top of my head what the requirements are for the billboard. Is there something about this property, and it sounds like there's a lot of regulations here that probably makes it, but some sort of clear indication that this billboard is non-conforming beyond the abandonment. Sorry if that's too weedsy, but.
There's a whole lot of requirements for billboards, I think. It's
We're reading over.
the zoning district, it's how far they are from other billboards. So our records, I would think, might show what makes it non-conforming, but I don't.
Yeah, I would probably need more time to determine exactly why.
And again, I reinforce that there was an advertisement on that sign, so that's not what they call abandoned. And
That's
under,
not what makes it non-conforming. Non-conforming is whether it would be
Right.
allowed to be replaced today.
but I'm saying on the mere fact that there was an advertisement on there for Bosch Tools clearly shows it was not abandoned. It was not blank. And under the city ordinance, a blank billboard is completely blank. It's not with some sort of advertisement on there. And that is the city ordinance, and was followed. And the picture shows his Bosch sign on there.
On one side of it, and then the other side is.
I think on the March sign, I think it showed it on both sides, but I think in April is when he had one side blow down. And I think that's when we corrected the matter.
Just as one board member, I'll say that I'm personally convinced that this is abandoned. But I think if their appeal case has any merit, it's through the nonconformity. So as one board member, I'd be open to a hold to allow staff to get a better understanding of what exactly makes this sign nonconforming. But
Unless, Mr. Daddy, do you have those records that would show why this sign is nonconforming?
The basic nonconformance would be that it is not conforming to the ordinance of having the information.
No. I think the billboard's non-conforming because of the zoning requirements.
Right.
but-
Because if it's, my concern is if we tell them, okay, you have to tear this down, but otherwise the sign was legal, they could tear it down, build up a new billboard, and then we're back where we are, and then we just wasted their time and money of having them demolish it and build it back up.
I'd like to add something to the equation here. So when you read this, it says owner or agent for the owner did maintain a premise in which it is there is a non-conforming outdoor advertising sign that has been blank for 45 days in District B3 2M15. The sign is therefore deemed abandoned and must be removed. The sign. That doesn't say the pylon. That doesn't say the structure. All right. So when you read this as a lay person, it's like, oh, the sign fell off. We need to put another sign on it. So that's how this was viewed. This is how it looks. It's like you're saying to somebody, hey, your weeds are too tall. You have so many days to cut the weeds down, but if you don't, you need to tear the whole house down. This is written in such a way that's favorable specifically towards the city to get the pylon sign removed. It doesn't say the pylon sign, it says sign. If you read the definition of what the word sign means, it's to convey a message. There's a message on the sign that says Bosch.
And even in the, if I should also insert, even in the inspector's original photographs of it, it still shows the Bosch sign advertised on it. And there's no regulation that says you have to have a 4-foot advertisement, a 10-foot advertisement, a 12 by 20, 12 by 12. There's no mentioning in the ordinance either. You have advertisement on there, off-premise advertising, clearly it is Bosch Tools.
Under the city code definitions, there's a definition of sign and there's a definition of sign, comma, advertising copy. And sign is any advertisement, announcement, direction, or communication produced in whole or in part by the construction, erection, affixing, or placing of a structure on any land or on any other structure, or produced by painting on or posting or placing any printed, lettered, pictured, figured, or colored material on any building, structure, or surface, includes any animated, attention-attracting device that may or may not contain text. And then there's a separate definition of sign advertising copy.
And I will say, it may seem like our code is really aggressive to basically tear down signs, and we've established on several other cases here that that's on purpose. We want fewer signs in our city, is what the code seems like it's getting at. But personally, yeah, I'm just still hung up on the non-conforming question.
And again, I might insert that, there was a case just a few years ago where Mr. Garcia had a sign and somebody climbed up and stole his sign. He didn't know about it and it sat vacant for 6 months. And he was an artist that hand painted that. And he had to take the time to repaint that. And your board, the previous probably members of the board, granted him the understanding that he didn't do it intentionally and there was something beyond his control that created that. Now, his sign sat vacant for 6 months. We've had other signs that have sat vacant for longer than that. This was corrected 20 days from the time he was notified of it. And in the inspector's photos, it was never abandoned because it had copy on it. So it met the city code. It should have never been probably even cited that it didn't have an advertisement on it because it did. It's in the inspector's photos. So,
I remember that case. It was probably 15, 20 years ago.
was it really?
We both.
I've been around a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Keep in mind when you get the notice and then you pick up the phone to call the person at the city and you don't get a response for multiple times, it's very difficult to try to get something accomplished.
Yeah, I'm just hung up on the ordinance in itself and trying to compare it to previous cases that we've had, particularly those where the pole sign was with the business. And so if the business was abandoned, the pole sign was abandoned, the pole sign had to go. I think what the hiccup may be here is it's actually a billboard because the building seems to be abandoned. So is the assumption that that billboard is supposed to go with that property, or is it standalone? And then if it is standalone, we're just saying it was deemed abandoned and blank, well, then I need to know what is the definition of advertising on a non-conforming sign, because the text was there. Like it seems to be there in all of your pictures. And so I don't think the way the ordinance, how we've been approving it before, because before sign was clearly blank, the business was non-existent. In this case, it's the non-conforming billboard. And so I'm like, well, words are there. I'm seeing in the picture. It doesn't look abandoned to me. So I just need to know what is the definition of abandonment of a billboard sign.
Yeah. I would guess that, to explain this a little bit more, there's two kinds of signs. There's on-premise and off-premise. On-premise is for the barber shop or gas station that's doing business, and that's what you're probably most often used to seeing. And then there's off-premise advertising, which are billboards, which there's only so many of them, and there's all built originally under the spacing and guidelines and permitted through the city. But those exist as if they were their own type of a business or own entity separate from anything on premise. So if there was one on the gas station's property and the gas station went out of business, as long as you're maintaining some sort of copy on it, it maintains its own ability to have its own life as a billboard. I don't know if that helps.
And I would leave that to city staff to
That's what the
respond.
change in the ordinance is.
Yep, so here's 88-445-14, which specifically talks about legal non-conforming billboards. You are correct, which are considered differently than any other types of signs because a billboard is allowed to advertise off premise. So what does that mean? So yes, the commercial structure on this particular site, it does appear to be vacant. I don't believe that there is a business license for that site, but the billboard can remain if it remains in use. It's considered blank if it advertise a business, service, or any type of event, attraction, really anything that is subject to being advertised, that is no longer operating or offered or conducted. So I'm not saying that this is the case, but let's say Bosch is no longer a company, then the sign cannot be there. It's not advertising a business in use. It's advertising a message that becomes illegible in whole or substantially, part. So we also consider this to be a damaged sign, a sign that's illegible. You can't read it from the street or a car. Yet, yes, we can see the black box, but I can't tell what the box says from the photographs that we have. No advertising copy is visible on the sign. It's physically completely blank. Or it's advertising the rental of the sign.
Personally, I think the sign looks abandoned. It doesn't look particularly legible. Illegibility makes it seem abandoned to me. But as far as this section of the code goes, part I'm hung up on there is the fourth word in that sentence, legal non-conforming. So is this a legal non-conforming sign?
And it was
You already
corrected.
did.
It was correct. The physical pylon sign is not non-conforming. What they're saying is, okay, there was a sign that is missing or I can't read it, but it was corrected quickly.
I think where I'm struggling, or maybe when I look at the photos from 2022, 2023, 2024, you still just have all those images only have that Bosch sign, and none of those other images show a full billboard, even if they existed.
So there was
I
a
haven't seen
sign
any
on
other
the other
photos to
side,
show
which
that.
was a wounded warriors, right?
We don't have a photo for that. So if
Right.
you had a photo to show that that was up, that could provide evidence, but I'm only seeing those 2 different years.
No problem. But the letter was written and it was solved within 20 days. If you have the pictures from the past, okay, but there were no letters written in the past.
Mr. Duddy, this property zoned B3-2/M15. The billboard would be allowed potentially on the M15 property if it complied with all the other. Do you know if the billboard's on the part of the property that's B32 or M15?
As Anna stated, the requirements for billboards are very stringent. It would have to be reviewed to even determine if a billboard could be replaced.
I was just trying to figure out if we could knock it out by that, if the billboard was on the B3.
No, it would still be subject to specific requirements. And generally, currently, most of what occurs is for a new billboard to be established, an old billboard has to be removed and a trade situation worked out to try and limit the number of signs that we do have in the city.
I think he does preventative maintenance on that board, though. You can see everything looks painted and fresh. It's not ugly like we've seen before. There's one up on Vivian Road that has been hanging 6 months, so.
Okay, so are we gonna ask staff to go back and research this? I think they have do you guys still have a file on every billboard that says why it's non-conforming?
I do believe we have the information that needed to determine all of that.
We could come back and
I
you
would
could let us know
prefer
that. Okay.
Is the applicant open to that? Require another hearing if it was
Another
to be
hearing?
continued for the city to confirm what is a non-conforming use, or we could vote today.
Sure. I think so.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. On, docket item 7, case number CDBZA 2024-00063, I move that we continue the case until our October
Right.
9th meeting.
We've got a conflict on October 9th. Can we?
Remember?
As
November-
staff, would you be able to have this maybe Friday?
Oh,
I don't know if that's too quick.
We have an overflow hearing on Friday, so we're hearing half the cases today and half the cases.
Or
on
Friday in October.
They're not in
That's-
person.
Or the Friday in
I
October.
can't be here Friday.
No, they're not in person. They're online only.
Yeah, the Friday
I
meetings
don't
would be
have a
online.
computer.
That's right. I heard
Okay,
that.
maybe November. What's
read a
November
flip phone.
11th? Is it
13th.
13th?
That's why I tried to get this
Okay.
evidence from this lady over here. I called her office. I called
I think we're done,
everybody.
sir. Thank you.
Okay. I tried to get this evidence and
So
now they.
November
come up
13th that
with
we're
today.
continuing to?
Yeah, so I move on case docket item 7, case number CDBZA 2024-0063, that we move until the November 13th meeting.
Second?
I have a motion, I have a second. Anna, please call the roll.
Torrance,
I,
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf. Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry, you're right. Right,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Mixdorf.
Aye. All right, we'll see you in November.
Thank you.
Okay, so number,
Thanks for staying around.
To get the inspection report, you have to do a records request and all of the documents.
Mark's on
that
this one, but I don't
have
think
are
you're on this next one, number 3. I don't see you listed. I see Moran, Ebbets, Gorenz, Hayes, and
I know.
Okay, so
What are you doing? I'm gonna get a little bit longer. Yeah. Oh.
On
So we're back to number 3. We need Mark, though. Did he not?
Getting-
I thought,
I'm getting-
I thought Maisha was grabbing him. Perfect.
Sorry. Yeah, I heard you.
Okay. Going back to docket item number 3, this is case CD, BZA. Do you guys know where it all went? He's just in there first.
Could be right out.
He just ran to the restroom. Okay. Okay, great. CDBZA 2024-82. This is a request to approve a variance to the infill vehicular standards to permit a front-facing garage on an infill lot in R 2.5 district on about 0.12 acres, generally located at 4121 Brooklyn Avenue. Connor Tomlin is staff planner associated with this case. And the applicant should be online. Please raise your hand. I see them. Meredith, can you make the clerk's computer a host? Or can you, okay,
Just look allowed to talk.
promote to panelist. Will I get reconnected to Zoom because I quit during work? Joya, you have to accept
there.
the promotion? Okay.
She's in.
They're connected.
Hello, Joyd. Can you turn on your camera and microphone, please?
Yes, here I am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for coming online with us. So, anyone else in the live or virtual audience who's interested in this case?
This is a reminder, if you wish to provide public testimony on docket item number 3, 4121 Brooklyn Avenue, to please raise your hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone. Seeing none?
Okay, great. Could you please state your name for the court reporter, Joyd?
Joya Graves Stevens.
Thank you, ma'am. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes.
Thank you. There's a quorum on this case of 5 people because we heard it from July 10th. Those 5 people are Ms. Moran, myself, Mr. Ebbets, Tom Gorens, Jazz Hayes, and Randy Mixdorf. We're all 5 here, so we can all hear your case again today. Part of your case is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 12. Do we have your permission to admit those today?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Part of that is a presentation by our staff person, Connor Tomlin. So Connor, tell us about the case.
Or give me just a moment. Okay, today we have docket item 3. That's what it's supposed to say? CD BZA 2024-82 at 4121 Brooklyn Avenue in an R25 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to permit an attached garage on the front of a home that is located on an infill lot, plus any additional variances. The general location of the site. This is a look at the site itself. That home has since been demolished with permits, and it is now vacant. As I always do, I give a brief infill overview. The intention of the infill ordinance was to preserve the character of neighborhoods in Kansas City while allowing the flexibility of providing new housing for residents, both new and old, on lots that were previously difficult to develop. The contest area is an area within 200 feet of the subject property on the same block face. This is the contest area. Infill vehicular use standards states that attached garages visible from the street are permitted only when 51% or more of homes in the infill residential contents area have attached garage. When they're visible from the street, shall not occupy more than 40% of the width of the ground level facade. And then for driveways, same thing, 51% or more in the contents area has to have them to permit it. This is a look at the site as it currently exists. This is the site plan. You guys previously heard this in July because we realized that there's that alley back there that you couldn't really see very well because of the canopy cover from the trees. You asked to either come back with a redesign or show some sort of documentation that the alley isn't maintained. This is a look at the elevations of the proposed home. These were pictures of other homes with garages on the street. I'm not sure if these are on the same block face or on the opposite. I believe they're on the opposite, not within the context area. But I don't know that for certain.
One is on the same side and the other two on the opposite.
Thank you. These are recently submitted pictures of that alley. The variance request A is a variance of complete deviation to the infill vehicular use standards to permit an attached garage on the front of the home of the subject site. This is a complete deviation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. While front-facing garages do exist in other areas within the neighborhood, they don't exist specifically in the context area of this property. The difficulty can be obviated through a change of design, such as a rear-loaded garage. Variance request B, a variance of complete deviation to the infill vehicular use standards to permit a driveway from the street when an alley exists. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Same thing, while the contest area of this property contains enough driveways to permit one by right. The fact that an alley exists requires the property owner to have a driveway from the alley if that alley is improved. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. And that concludes my presentation.
Great. Any questions for Mr. Tomlin from board members?
Yeah. Is this the one where there are other houses in the immediate area that don't have garages? Is that the,
I believe so. I wish I had a street view picture.
and are there any other houses that have access to the alley behind it? Have a driveway to the alley?
It looks like there is one there to the south, the house on the southern portion of the screen. Let me reshare my screens real quick so Zoom can see what I'm showing you guys. So this house down here, it looks like there's pavement back here coming off the alley, from what I can tell. This imagery is from at least 2022, so it is a couple of years outdated imagery.
It also looks like they have a driveway as well.
Yes.
From the main road.
And it is also likely that these homes were constructed prior to the infill ordinance. I don't know that as fact. I didn't look into the building permits for those other properties, but that would be my assumption.
Okay. Ma'am, why should we grant your request today?
Well, I'm requesting it because there is no access from the alleyway to do a back of the house driveway. And this lot has other new homes on it, one particularly on the same side of the street that I'm on, that has a front-facing garage. And it actually has access to the alley and it's not required to have a rear. So we're trying to improve this area. We've built other homes in this area similar to this one, and we want to continue to do so. And that's why we're asking, right?
Why don't you have access to the alley?
It is completely treed and overgrown, the debris. You can't even walk through the alley, maybe 10 feet into the alleyway. You can't even walk through it, let alone get a bike or a motorcycle or through the alley to access a rear facing.
Have you received any comments from the neighbors or a neighborhood association?
No.
We need to pause for a moment since Mr. Gorant stepped out.
Yes.
We're going to take a 2-minute pause. See you to get some water. Be right back. He is back.
Excuse me.
It's okay. It's all good. So I have a quick question for you. The other neighbor that's got a driveway that faces that alley, Miss Graves Stevens, does he or she use that alleyway?
Other neighbor that has a garage facing the alley?
Yeah, well, we can't tell. It looks like from an overhead view, a satellite view, that there is access to the alleyway and back.
So I actually personally went over and took those pictures of the alleyway, and there are no houses on same side of the street that this property is located that are
Yes.
accessing the alley, that even have access to the alley to the back of their homes. Now there is maybe one or two on that south side, but those houses happen to face, they're facing the east, whereas this property would face. So those first two properties, when you enter the alleyway, they have access to the alley, but then it's completely debris and treed and overgrown where no one else would have access to it.
Right.
So just those first two houses there. After that, you can't even walk past the debris. So those other properties don't have access to get to their properties, not with the car or even, like I said, a bike ride through there.
Okay. Well, thank you for your testimony on that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a double car garage that you're looking to have?
No, it is a single car garage.
Is it too deep? Deep for two cars, or is it just deep for one car?
Just one, and maybe a little utility space, maybe for some shelving, or a lawnmower could maybe fit in there in the front of the car, but it's not deep enough.
All right. Thank you for that.
I did bring up parcel viewer, so that does need to be an additional exhibit just to.
Okay, that will be exhibit 15, I believe. I'll tell you in just a second. Exhibit 13 will be admitted.
Might be a question for staff. Is it the city's responsibility to maintain these alleyways? You might not know. I don't.
Yeah, can you go pull up parcel viewer again?
Yes, just a moment. Share my screen.
Because I'm not in public works, so I'm not an expert in alley maintenance. So I have an idea, but I wouldn't want to give you like an official
Right.
determination when I be wrong. Because I do know that there are some alleys that they maintain and some alleys that they don't. But
This looks like it's public right of way.
You could call
Yes.
311 and get everybody else to take care of their own.
But I think this particular house is quite a ways up the block, so getting everybody else to agree to then maintain it if it's already not open and accessible would be, I feel like, another burden to then still have access from the rear.
And if I can't intervene, it's not just like weeds, that are kind of low to the ground, maybe my height, 5 feet. These are trees that are probably 20 plus years old that are really tall and big. It's not, it's not a little bit of debris. It's a lot. So just to kind of give you an idea of how it looked on the ground, I try to take those pictures from my eye level, and you can see that higher than the houses.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pictures submitted, I believe, and it's pretty heavy overgrowth. Yeah. My thinking was just if the city's supposed to maintain it and they're not maintaining it, and then also require alley access, it would seems to conflict.
Okay. Board members, comments, questions, motions? And one other thing, I'm sorry, let me get one more question in on you. So you've done a few of these homes in the neighborhood,
Yes.
and this is not one you're planning to live in, ma'am?
No.
Okay. Okay.
And docket item number 3, case number 82. I move that the board grant the applicant's request for the variance to the vehicular standards in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Ms. Moran and a second from Mr. Gorence. Please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Can someone get Alec? Okay, docket item 13. This is case CD BZA 2024-109. This is a request to approve a variance to the side setback encroachment of a deck, plus any other variances on about 0.121 acres, generally located at 347 Lawn Avenue. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner associated with this case. It does appear that the applicant is online. It's a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide, oh, Meredith, I do need to be made a host.
Alec, is this North or South Lawn?
It's Lawn Avenue, just south of the river. So this is just Lawn Ave.
Let's
There's
wait
a
till
North
we
Lawndale.
get in the presentation and then we can get it all encapsulated.
good.
And this is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on the subject case. Docket item 14, 347 Lawn Avenue, to please raise their hand so that we can identify you for public testimony. So we have the applicant and owner, Erica, they've been connected. And then there's someone else raising their hand, Tammy. You need to accept the promotion, which I assume that they're for public testimony.
Tammy is on the applicant's team.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarification. No one else has raised their hand or approached the microphone.
Do we have Tammy connected?
I'm here, yes.
Oh, hello, Tammy. So Miss Erica,
Erica
right?
Rex.
No, Miss Rex.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, good afternoon to you, and thank you for your patience in this afternoon session. I need to ask both of you your names again, please, for the court reporter.
My full name is Erica Rex.
Thank you.
And Tammy Nordis.
Thank you, Tammy. Will both of you raise your right hands to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Part of your case today involves a list of administrative exhibits. These are standard exhibits we have for each case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do we have your permission to admit those today?
Yes.
Okay. And Tammy or Miss Rex, who's speaking on your case today? Is it Erica or Tammy?
I shall.
Okay, perfect, Erica. Thank you. So those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation and telling us about the case by Alec. So he's going to go ahead and take it from here.
Okay.
Can I interject one tiny thing before you start? It's technically 347 South Lawn. So it's one that's south of St. John Avenue.
Perfect. Excuse me. Perfect. Thank you very much. God, spitting on that. Sorry. Sorry, ladies. Okay.
Okay, well, good afternoon. Let me share my screen really quickly for everyone to see. Okay, well, we will go with how it looks right now. Good afternoon. My name is Alec Gustafson, Development Management. This is docket item number 13, CD BZA 2024-00109 at 347 South Lawn Ave. This is going to be a variance for the street side setback for a deck in an R2.5 zoning district. Give me 1 second to fix this.
Like, try moving your mouse. See how it's on this one now? Like that. not sharing on Zoom now.
And there we go. Okay, well, we can do it like this. Okay. All right, moving forward. Sorry for the technical difficulties. 347 South Lawn Avenue, R25, and it's a variance for a street yard setback. Here's the general location of the site. And here's an aerial view. You can kind of see the deck in the aerial view. It's very close to that side yard setback, and that's basically what we'll be here talking about today. Here's the site plan that was provided by the applicant. It's a 5.4 foot setback on the deck to the property line. Here is kind of a timeline of how this case came to be in our possession here. It's unknown when the date of the deck was installed, but a notice of violation was given to the applicant on 1st of July. And then on the 15th, the applicant came into City Hall, spoke with Permits Division staff about the notice, and then was directed to City Planning, myself, where we deemed that a variance would be necessary for the setback in the side yard for the deck. A pre-application meeting was held then in person on the 26th, and then here we are here at the BZA hearing. The deck is 5.4 feet from the property line. What's permitted is 15 feet of percentage of the side yard setback. So you're looking at 9.6 feet as a variation from the side yard setback requirement. It's a 56% change on the regulations, and it's somewhat a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood, since it's the only home in the context area with a deck that encroaches on the side yard. And the deck was built without permits and could be rebuilt to conform with code. That's basically it for my presentation. I can answer any questions that you may have.
I assume I didn't see any in the staff report, but there were no photos submitted for this particular project.
Any other questions of staff?
Got deck contractors not pulling permits.
Was a permit required, building permit? Because I know sometimes it's required and sometimes it isn't for decks.
Right. It encroaches on the side yard setback, and it's a stipulation in our 800 series where any deck that is smaller than 500 square feet cannot encroach on the side yard setback. As for if it needed building permits, that I'm not sure of.
You know what the height of the deck is?
Yes, a permit for this deck would have been required.
Okay.
I don't know if you can pull up the property on Street View.
Yes.
Then we can admit that as an additional exhibit.
Here's the property on Street View.
Yeah, so that'll be admitted. That will be exhibit number 10.
That the deck, or is it the deck?
Yes,
Oh,
this is the deck.
All right. Ms. Rex, why should we approve your request today?
Yes, well, thank you very much for this meeting and letting me speak. To begin with, that deck was there when I bought the house. I've owned the house for a little over a year. And I bought it with the understanding that any existing structures would have been properly permitted. Unfortunately, that was not the case, and I found out quite by accident shortly before I was planning to move. When I went into the planning department, because I had gotten a notification that the violation was that there was no permit. The person I spoke with, I believe her name was Kim, went back in the photographs on record of the house, and the last one, or the oldest one that she brought up was from 2011, and the deck was present in 2011. So the fact that it wasn't permitted when it was built is obviously an unfortunate concern for me. The reason that that it matters to me whether the deck stays is because I have built an access to an upper story, and that's really the story. And I was trying to then comply with the request for a permit when this variance was, discovered to be needed.
All right, thank you for that. And the deck to the third level or second level has already been installed. Is that correct? Did I see that from the photo?
That's correct.
Have you received any other comments from your neighbors or a neighborhood association about this?
Admiration, that it looked really nice, and they would like to build a deck like that. Not from an association, one individual.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah, thank you for that. Kind of a shame when you move into a new home and you've only been there for less than a year and you find out that it's not in compliance. So I'm in
Right.
sympathy with your stress on that. So.
I think it's pretty much similar to previous case that we heard today. So I don't have a problem making a motion.
Please do.
In docket number 13, case number 109, I move that we approve the variances.
In accordance with site plan staff
Yes,
report. Yep,
correct.
perfect. Do you have a second from Ms. Moran?
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Am I?
Well, he won't be on it.
He's not on it.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Ebbets.
Yes, or
Sorry,
aye.
I'm so used.
Your project is approved. Your variance is approved. Good luck with your home, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Bye, Tammy. Say much.
Okay. Docket item 14. This is case CD BZA 2024-112. This is a request to approve a variance to the required rear yard setback to permit an addition to an existing structure to accommodate for accessibility accommodations for the disabled on about 0.62 acres generally located at 900 East Linwood Boulevard. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant team is in the room with us. This is a reminder for anyone else who wants to provide public testimony on this case. Please raise their hand now so we can identify you for public testimony. We have a Claire and an Ethan. Are they a part of your team? Do you know off the top of your head?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay.
Yes.
So if Claire and Ethan are a part of the applicant team, I'm seeing no other hands raised or people approaching the microphone for public testimony.
Great. So we have Ethan on, I didn't hear that correctly.
Claire and Ethan.
Okay. They're coming online with
They are
us?
both connected.
Okay. Claire and Ethan, have you got your camera and microphones on?
I believe so.
Okay, that's a Claire. Where's an Ethan? Ethan?
Ethan with Strata.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, now you're there. So I'm going to ask all four of you to say your names, and then I'm going to swear you all in at one time. So,
That's Chris.
oh, Chris, I thought it was Ethan.
Some reason my name was wrong on the computer, but sorry about that.
But your name is?
It's Chris.
Okay, Chris, thank you. So let's start with the people in the live audience here. Ladies, will you please say your names?
Anita Powell. Lisa Hardwick.
Thank you. And in the virtual audience, Chris, why don't you go first?
Chris Koch.
Koch, is that how you?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And where's the other lady?
Claire Ashbrook.
Okay, Claire, thank you very much. Just to be clear, are you for or against this motion before us today? Claire and Chris?
For.
For?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone's gonna raise their right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I heard everyone say yes. All right, who's going to speak on your case today?
I think I am, and Claire may jump in if we need some backup from the architect.
That's great. No worries at all. There's a list of administrative exhibits I need to admit to hear your case today. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Standard exhibits. Part of that is a presentation to the gentleman to your left, Connor Tomlin. And Connor, tell us about the case.
Hi, so we have docket 14, CD BZA 2024-00112, 900 East Linwood Boulevard. You'll see 3 zoning districts here. The property is split across 3 zoning districts. So the variance applies to the strictest standard. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the minimum rear setback to permit a rear setback of 10 feet on the subject site plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. Again, here is just another look at the site, the addition to the Athenaeum. Hopefully I'm saying that word correctly.
Correct.
Thank you. Is going there on the rear. This is another look at the proposed new addition. This new addition is for ADA accommodations for accessibility purposes. This is a rendering of the addition. That addition you'll see there is on the right-hand side of that image. These are just the floor plans for the main building and addition. The variance is a variance of 15 feet to the minimum rear setback to permit a 10-foot rear setback on the subject site. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Properties are generally meeting rear setback requirements. However, as I mentioned, this addition is specific to ADA accommodations. Could be obviated through a change of design. In addition, there is a condition on it that this large of an addition triggers a major amendment to a previously existing special use permit. And you'll see I have there a list of different criteria. If any of them are met, it triggers that major amendment. And it meets a couple different one of those. So the condition is that the applicant should seek a major amendment to that special use permit prior to receiving their building permits for this addition. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tomlin. Board members, questions of Connor?
I have a question. So if they need to seek a major amendment, that can occur. We can still hear the case and then they can pursue that avenue.
Yes, you could. They would need to seek it regardless if this happened first or after. If this were to be approved today, essentially this variance would not be part of that major amendment because it will have already been approved by you in advance.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ms. Powell, or who's going to speak?
I think I'm going to talk.
Okay, Sounds great. Why should we approve your request today, ma'am?
Thank you for having us. I'm Lisa Hardwick, the property manager for the Delta Athenaeum, and with me here today is the board president, Benita Powell. And also virtually, we have Clara Ashbrook, our architect. This variance involves a historic property, the Delta Athenaeum, which the Deed Foundation purchased in 2015 as a community event space and nonprofit office center. It's a 3-story, 17,000 square foot building that has never had an elevator. And the Deed Foundation has made extensive renovations to help make it more accessible for the disabled. But architects and engineers have told us that there's no practical way to put an elevator inside the structure. So Deed has proposed to expand the north side of the building with a multi-level addition that will include an elevator and community gathering spaces that are fully accessible for the disabled. The lot on the backside of our building is 55 feet wide, and the current 25-foot setback requirements would make for a very narrow building on the backside. And it would compromise our ability to provide fully accessible facilities for the disabled. So we're seeking a variance of a 10-foot setback that would allow us to construct a facility that better meets community needs for events, recreational space, catering, theater productions or performance productions for those who are disabled. We have met with the neighbor who's directly adjacent to the property that's affected by the setback. He owns that property and he's in favor of our project. We've also spoken with the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, and I'm glad to see that they're on with us. That's Chris. He's the president of the Neighborhood Association. We understand they are in support, and also Save Inc., which owns several nearby properties, has voiced their support for our project, and we are unaware of any objections to our request. We are also more than willing to meet the conditions that are required for this, which includes the amendment of our special use permit.
Perfect. How many square feet is the new addition? About
10,000. Claire, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure exactly.
About 10,000, 9 to 10,000 across all of the 3 levels. Yeah.
Yes.
It's actually 4 levels because there's a basement. I mean, a ground level as well. So,
Right.
yeah.
And notably, there would be an elevator.
Yes, there'll be an elevator accessing all 4 levels of it. And there would also then be access from that to the other, into the old building.
That's great, Miss Lisa. Thank you for
It's
that.
also providing, just so everybody's aware, there's a historic stage that we will be providing access to. For right now, there's no access to the stage area.
Yeah, part of the need for the building to be so wide is that we're putting a ramp in to get to the backstage area. We want to have completely accessible restrooms that have to be wider, doorways have to be wider, all of that. So we just need the extra space for that.
Thank you, Claire, for that testimony, and Lisa as well. Mr. Chris, do you have any comments from the Hyde Park Homes Association, sir?
Yes, thank you. Chris Koch, President, Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. We did do our due diligence in checking with neighbors that we had contact information of to confirm that they were supportive of the project, and we heard no opposition. Personally as well, I think that great care was taken for the design of this addition to kind of live within the context of the Delta Athenaeum building, kind of from east to west. It's not kind of protruding out in either direction, so you don't perceive that addition from the front. And then additionally, that roof terrace on the west, kind of minimizing that 4-story block, kind of bringing that scale back down to 3-story space in the neighborhood to the west was a nice touch that the neighborhood was supportive of. So we're here in support of Lisa's project, or Delta Athenaeum's project, and we would hope them the best of luck with this.
Thank you, Chris.
I would offer a motion unless there are other.
Sounds great. It sounds like a great project.
In case number 112, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Mixdorf, second by Mr. Hayes.
Aisha recused herself.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So then Gorntz,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Big aye, yes. Congratulations.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Like those are easy.
Okay, number 15, CD BZA 2024-108. This is a request to approve a variance to the maximum floor space in an accessory dwelling unit, plus additional variances on about 0.14 acres generally located at 3419 Baltimore Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. It appears that the applicant is online. Promoting Mr. McGrew. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on the docket item 15, 3419 Baltimore Avenue. Please raise their hand now on Zoom or approach the microphone. Okay, and we've got and Andrew Johnson. Everyone has been connected.
I heard Andrew Johnson in the virtual audience
Yeah, so there's the
and Eric
property owner,
McGrew.
Eric, and then Andrew Johnson, who I believe is public testimony. Okay, and then, yeah.
So the people out in the virtual world, which is Eric and Andrew, can you turn on your cameras and microphones so I can swear you in?
Yes.
Which one are you? The green guy.
Andrew.
That's Andrew.
Okay, thank you. And I'm assuming that's Eric, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then in the live audience, who do we have?
Joseph.
Okay, I'm going to ask each of you to repeat your names and then I'm going to swear you in. So I'm going to start with the live guy here in front of me. So Joseph.
Joseph McGrew.
Thank you.
Eric.
Eric, you want to say your name again, please, sir?
Eric McGrew.
Thank you. And then Andrew.
Andrew Johnson.
Perfect. Please, everyone raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do. Yes.
And okay.
Andrew said yes.
Right. Thank you. Who's going to be speaking on the case today?
I will, Eric.
Thank you, Eric. There's a list of administrative exhibits that are part of your case labeled 1 to 9. Do I have your permission to admit those?
You do.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by our staff person, Connor Tomlin. He's going to tell us about your case. Thank you, Connor.
Okay, we have docket 15, CD BZA 2024-00108, located at 3419 Baltimore Avenue in an R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the maximum floor area of an ADU plus any additional variances as needed. For context, this is currently a garage being converted into an ADU, and this garage has previously approved variances to it from a 2003 BZA determination. The conversion to an ADU is what is triggering the need for new variances. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. This is the site plan, and it may be easier to zoom in on that on your staff reports. This is part of the floor plan. This is the disposition letter from the 2003 BZA hearing that is also in your staff report if you need to zoom in to read through that. Moving on to the variances, variance request A, a variance of 800 square feet to the maximum floor area of an accessory dwelling unit to permit the floor area of that accessory dwelling unit to be 1,600 square feet on the subject site. It is a 800 square foot variation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Properties in this area generally do not see accessory dwelling units. See that requirement. However, this structure has existed at this size for around 20 years, if not a little bit longer. So structurally, not much should be changing. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. Variance request B, a variance of 1 foot to the minimum setbacks of all property lines to permit a side setback and rear setback of 4 feet on the subject site. Again, that's a 1 foot variation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated because it was approved at this location in 2003 and obviously it's not moving. And this is more or less to update with modern code language and requirements. That difficulty can be obviated through a change of design. Variance request C, a variance of 4 feet to the setback of an accessory structure to the primary structure to permit a setback of 6 feet between those two structures on the subject site. This is a variation of 4 feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated for the same reason listed as before. It's existed at this position on the property for a long time. It was previously approved at 5.5 feet. The numbers that I was seeing on the plan show 6 feet, hence the variation of 4 feet. This difficulty can be obviated through a change of design. Variance request D is a variance of 1 foot 2 inches to the maximum height of an accessory dwelling unit to permit a height of 26 feet 2 inches on the subject site. This is again a 1 foot 2 inch variation. ADUs are at a maximum of 25 feet in height. This has existed at this height for about 20 years. The previously approved variance from 2003 was a variance of 9.5 feet. That could have been measuring to the pitch of the roof. The current method of measuring is between the midpoint between the roof plate and that pitch. The difficulty can be obviated through a change of design, and that concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Tomlin? All
None.
right. Why should we approve your request today, sir?
Existing structure, been there 20 years. I would like to be able to age in place by constructing this ADU. And that's kind of the goal of this ADU law, isn't it? So allow me to keep my property and age in place. It's a 2-story building existing. It's not like we're adding more footprint or anything. We're just going to convert it to an accessory dwelling unit.
Have you received any comments from your neighbors or a neighborhood association?
Just one this morning of my neighbor who's on with us, Andrew, and he is opposed to me building 2 units in the structure. My other neighbors, all fine with what I want to do. And as you notice in the area, I've got a 15-unit building across the street from me, and you guys have approved hundreds of new units going to be built within a couple of blocks of me. So, you know, I don't think I'm increasing density anymore by asking to do this.
Board members, questions of him? Anybody?
Just one clarification. You said 2 units. Do you mean each floor would have a separate unit, or there's 2 units in one accessory dwelling unit, like the 2 bedrooms in one unit?
Well, 2 bedrooms per unit, and I would like to build the first floor so I can age in place there so I don't have to deal with stairs.
Okay, so the intent is 2 separate units. Okay, I was thinking the first floor would maintain as a garage, but that would not necessarily be the intent.
Down the road, that's my intent, is to be able to age in place in that unit as needed, because I'm already in my 60s and my knees are bad now. So.
And then you're saying the upstairs would be a separate unit that you would rent out, or?
Yeah.
Right. Let staff look into whether or not that's permitted or not.
And I'm good with that. We weren't sure. We just wanted to, if we could, what we could get, but we certainly need to get the variance to be able to do the at least create the top structure, the first ADU unit, because again, our floor footprint is double the required size.
We're looking into the feasibility, sir, of you renting out the second floor as an income producing property in that zoning, in that.
Okay. I was curious about that. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. My apologies for that.
And you would be renting that out to a unknown party, not necessarily a family member.
That's correct. Also with the main house. Now, like I say, I'll probably live in the ADU to begin with. And if I'm given permission to build the bottom one, I will end up living in that one when we eventually get it built. As I age out from being able to use the stairs in both of these properties.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Johnson, your comments on this request? Andrew?
Sorry, am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll just say up front, Eric's a great neighbor. We've been next door neighbors for 5 years now. And my conversation with him this morning, we both said we've been good neighbors before this morning and will continue to be that. So my concerns here really have nothing to do with any problems with Eric and the things that he's wanting to do to stay in his house. We've been here for 5 years. When we moved in, obviously you all know that the structure has been there for 20 years, so it predates us. We knew it was there when we moved in. But our understanding when we bought our house was that it was approved as a garage. And knowing that Eric stored and worked on airplanes and various things in there has been fine. We've also been aware that at some point he was going to seek approval to finish the upstairs of it. Enumerating a couple of just reasons for opposing it, just in general, in the Hyde Park area, I've been here for 5 years, but have been in the Hyde Park neighborhood area for 20 years. And generally knowing that there's been so much work to return to single family dwellings and a lot of support around codes and ordinances to support that. And really our backyard as a single family home with 3 kids, we enjoy our backyard. And our main concern on that front is not only having a house next door, but 2 additional rental units, and whoever's occupying those 3 different spaces just adds a lot of people right up against our fence line. And as you can see, the structure is just 3 feet from our 6-foot fence that we share with Eric. And really the other main concern for me is any variance to allow that much more square footage isn't just about adding an additional floor, it's changing the nature of what the approval was from a garage to what Eric is wanting to become more rental units. And just in general, I see that definitely increasing the density on a property that was intended to be a single family dwelling. So granted, if there's any moving forward with what Eric is wanting to do, my wife and I are certainly wanting to put in some protections around noise pollution, light pollution, lines of sight from the windows into our yard, just basic concerns around privacy to the extent possible with restrictions for these kinds of variances. And I realize that part might be getting ahead of ourselves here, but that's my the main gist of my opposition to this. And last thing too is I don't see anyone here from the neighborhood association, but knowing how much they are sticklers on historic approval and historic integrity. Again, knowing that the structure itself is already there, but knowing how hard the neighborhood associations here have worked to push back toward single family dwellings and not adding, and also pushing so hard against ADUs and short-term rentals. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Any information, Anna?
Yes, 1 ADU is permitted per lot.
1 unit.
1 unit.
One unit, it could be a 2-bedroom, but single unit.
If it meets, of course, the size restrictions of an ADU, can have however many bedrooms that would allow, but yes, only 1 ADU unit per lot.
Mr. McGrew, did you hear that?
Yeah, so I mean, it's only one structure, but so only one secondary address per lot? Is that what I'm hearing? Because this house had 3 apartments in it when I bought it, and I've converted it back to single family.
Per the ADU ordinance, you can only have 1 ADU per lot.
Okay.
So
Does
the
I could have a
the way the-
2-story ADU if we get the variance? Because I don't mind living in a big house in the back, as long
is
as
up
I
to the-
get on the first floor.
That is up to the Board of Zoning Adjustment.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would think it'd be one family, so it'd just be you or whoever is part of your family
Okay.
who could live there.
Okay.
Yeah, construction wise, it has to be 1 unit.
Oh, okay, so the units can't be separate, have separate entrances or anything like that. Okay.
Well, I've got external stairs to the second floor if you look at the stuff. So I'm not sure how I would combine the 2 units, but we can talk about that. And you know, whatever codicils or controls you want to put on this, I suppose we can discuss if we need to move further on. But ideally, I would get the variance for the 1,600 square feet, and then we'll make a decision on whether I can build it as a 2-story unit or only build 1 ADU on one of the floors. Since it's physically attached, the second floor is physically attached to the house because of the decking. And I heard earlier that was being seen by some people, that the second floor was part of the house now because of the deck and the house being attached. Could I use that as extra bedrooms for the existing house?
So you're saying there's a deck from the house connecting to
The second floor,
of the
second
garage?
floor of the house to the second floor of the garage. That was in the original site plans and was built 20 years ago. So
I think so. This is where photos are really helpful for our board to understand the conditions that you have, because looking at the plan, I was just reading that as a sidewalk, not that was an above walkway.
yeah, it's a secondary walkway. There's a sidewalk below it.
Does that make it a extension of the primary structure?
Yeah.
And it's just setback variances to the primary structure then?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it doesn't change the need as it still would be an accessory dwelling unit. We just have different setback requirements since it's attached versus detached now.
Right, but you're allowed to have an attached ADU.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious if it would affect some of those variance requests as well.
Mr. McGrew, when you attach it to your home, it changes some of the parameters of your request today.
I see.
And we're kind of making that analysis right now. We may have to put you off for a month.
Gosh, I hate to do that. I'd sure like to get started, but I understand. I've been at this for months. I tried starting this back in January. So.
Is this something city staff thinks would just be 5 minutes to figure out, or could we pause this case and come back in 30 minutes or after a few cases to then revisit if you think you can find an answer? So we don't have to continue it to another month.
Or continue it to Friday.
Or to Friday. I forget we have Friday.
Yeah. I think that's probably best to continue it to Friday.
Well, would the applicant be open to having this heard on Friday so we have time to look at the criteria to make sure we get the right variance request?
Mr. McGrew, did you hear that? Are you available to join us on Friday?
Until 11 a.m. I'm working this week. That's why I'm remote. I apologize for that. So.
So yes till 11 or yes?
Yes, up to until 11. So if we can do it between 9 and 11, make me one of the early cases, I'm good.
Okay.
You guys.
All right.
Could we also, can I make a request to submit photos prior to our Friday hearing? I think as we understand what we're looking at, it'd be valuable to see the existing conditions, how it connects, and then using that in our determination. If you have the ability to get photos submitted to sit, perfect. Okay, thank
Sure.
you.
Okay, so we're gonna pause this till, we're gonna continue this till Friday.
And the Friday meeting's remote.
Yeah.
Fully remote. Mhm.
Friday, the 13th.
Of course.
Well, I would offer a motion then in
Please.
case number 108. I move we continue this until our Friday, September 13th hearing.
Second.
Second, primary from Ms. Mixdorf, secondary from Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. So again, sir, be sure to submit some photos.
I
or
will.
have them available that we can share the screen with on
Today.
Friday.
I'll send them, I'll submit them through Compass today for Connor.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We'll see you then.
Thanks for your time. Sure appreciate it.
Okay,
Out of this
docket
next
items
case.
16 and 17. These are companion cases. CD BZA 2023-168. This is a request to approve a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence on the subject property, plus the other needed special exceptions or variances on about 0.1 acre, generally located at 812 East Linwood Boulevard. Companion case 17, CD BZA 2023-169. This is a request to approve a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence on the subject site, plus any other needed special exceptions on about 0.11 acres, generally located at 814 East Linwood Boulevard. And there actually is no quorum on this case because we've never heard this before. That's just a typo on the docket.
Well. Okay.
Stephanie Soldari is the staff planner associated with this case, and it looks like the applicant team is in the room with us.
That's great. I need a few seconds here. Wasn't quite ready for this one, but I'll be there in just a second. All right. Do we have anyone in the virtual audience today or just live?
Yep. Promoting Chris.
But the only one?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, Chris, can you turn on your camera and microphone? And swear everybody in at one time. Is that you, Chris? Can you say something? Might be muted.
Oh. Chris, can you hear us?
Chris,
Office space.
is he muted? See that far?
Like it's unmuted. Maybe we could swear him in when he comes back. Start there.
Yep. Do we have
Wait for him
hey,
to
kids, do you
present.
know Chris's last name?
It's Koch, K-O-C-H.
Same one. He's
He's-
the president. of
Oh,
the
yeah, the
Association.
Homes
Yeah.
Association. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, we can't hear you, but I'm gonna have you raise your right hand to be sworn, or all three of you, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? I'm assuming Chris is saying I do.
Hold on,
Mr.
there's an iPhone. Maybe they're calling in through their phone as well.
Mr. Bell say, I do,
I do.
if that's what you want to say. And
do.
what's your name?
Jordan Smith.
Okay, Jordan,
And
and
I
are you
do.
and I do?
I do.
Thank you.
Oh, there's.
Hey, Chris, did you hear me swear you in a second ago? If not, I'll do it again.
I did, and I do.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. And who's speaking? Mr. Bell, are you speaking on behalf?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 we need to admit for your hearing today. Is that okay?
Yes.
It says 1 through 13, actually.
Case. All right, how many exhibits?
13.
13. Do I have your permission to admit those, Mr. Bell?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is the staff report by Miss Stephanie. Stephanie, tell us all about the case, please.
All right, we got docket item 16 and 17. CDBCA 2024-168 and 169 for 812 and 814 East Linwood Boulevard, zone R-0.5, and the applicant is seeking an approval of a special exception for a fence in the front yard. So the subject site is located in Hyde Park, right over here. So this is the subject site highlighted in yellow. The reason we have two separate cases, but they're companion cases, is because the fence is on two separate lots, but they are both owned by Mrs. Smith. So this is what is existing right now. It is a 6-foot fence. This is a rendering of some landscaping that is to be proposed in front of the house and the vacant lot next to it. And this is just another option of different either rocks or the little wall. Right, so we got the special exception request for 812 East Linwood Boulevard is a special exception of 2 feet to permit a 6-foot fence on the front yard of the subject site. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, but the difficulty could be obviated by a change in the sign. And then special exception request for 814 East Linwood Boulevard is also a request of 2 feet to permit a 6-foot fence on the front yard of the subject site. Again, change is not to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, but again, the difficulty could be obviated by a change in the sign. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that. Anna, we called both cases, didn't we?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, thank you. I
I
wasn't paying attention. All right, so Mr. Bell, or first of all, do we have any questions of Ms. Stephanie? Board members, okay. Mr. Bell, why should we approve your request today, sir?
First of all, thank you very much for allowing us to hear, and we appreciate patience. We also appreciate Ms. Solderi's patience with us and the board, particularly Ms. Solderi, but obviously the board too. If I could, is it okay if I drive?
Yeah.
Increase that.
What do you want to zoom in?
Yeah. zoom in.
Scroll up.
I feel like my dad. I'm like, wow, how do I do this? All right, let me start off with this.
You're not
just-
sharing your screen.
Yeah, this would be
Oh,
exhibit
no,
number
I should-
14.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, this is a whole packet. If I may, this is exhibit, this would be 14. I'd ask for 001 through 020. They're Bates numbered at the bottom right-hand corner.
That'd be great. Those are admitted as stated. Those are admitted
Yes.
as stated.
Thank you.
We'll just do
14.
14 for all of their additional
Yes.
materials, and then they're additionally numbered within their packet, but
But we don't need to admit those other numbers, do we?
No.
Just number 14 as a
Yes.
group.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
That's the zoom button.
Thank you. And just so this is the only cute picture I promised to enter into it, but I just want people to know this is important. This is Ms. Smith, who's here. Her partner is Mr. Davis, They're, partners together. They own and reside in the house and have for 5 years. Jordan is a reporter with investigative journalism. It includes criminal. I happen to be a criminal defense attorney. That was a friend of hers. And so if I ask for you to find not guilty, just know I'm asking to approve the thing instead. So this may be my first and last appearance here, but I certainly appreciate it. But what I wanted people to know is that these are homeowners that reside at the home. They've done it for 5 years, and this is where they live. And that's really important. 4 years, sorry. So just real quick, in August of 2022, when they contacted a reputable fence company to build a fence around the entire property, they did so for a few reasons. One of the problems is, and we'll go through the area, is that area of Linwood is extremely, is a high trafficked area. And what they were finding is people were walking through their yard, people were depositing evidence of sexual activity in the yard, like condoms and things like that. People were trash that was being thrown in the yard, and there was a danger there to them. And they were finding needles as well. The other thing that they were experiencing, and we heard it from the last person, was a noise pollution. And we actually did a test there, and we put it in our application. On the side of the fence facing the street, it's 85 decibels. We measure up to 85 decibels, which is actually, according to the CDC, can actually cause hearing impairment for a long period of time. Behind the fence, we found it at 65 decibels. And so the fence was for their own safety and for enjoyment of the property. And they spent a considerable amount of money, and there was no indication. Certainly, they would have gotten a variance had they been made aware, but they didn't, and that's why we're here asking for permission. I can tell you that speaking to my clients over the past year since it's been up, everything they had hoped for from the fence has occurred. Safety, there's no trash in the yard, there's no people running through, and we'll talk about their contiguous neighbors later. But even they've been thankful to my client and her partner for putting up the fence because it's helped the people behind them. Just a little bit about the area, and this is important. This is a map, and it's hard to see because of the, I feel like. So the area we're talking about, and it's hard to go about, but you're looking at a map that extends from Broadway to Prospect on Linwood Boulevard. The reason we thought that would be important to you is that from this vantage point along Linwood, there are only 4 single-family properties. It is essentially a commercial area. I realize it's in Hyde Park, but it is not, unfortunately, at this point, the quaint Hyde Park, at least that everyone here may have a vision of. This is a commercial area, and there are people running the east and running to the west through the property. It is certainly a thoroughfare, and it is 4 lanes, by the way. 2 lanes going east, 2 lanes going west. Only 2 of the homes are occupied, and only one of those is owner-occupied. The only owner-occupied one is my client and her partner. The other occupied house is actually next door, and I think you guys just approved a variance for that as well. That is for the judge, and she owns that, and it was split into 2, I believe, 2 apartments. Aside from all of those homes, by the way, the 4 are between Charlotte and Campbell Street. So all 4. So if we go from Broadway to Prospect on Linwood, there's only 4 single-family homes, and they all exist between Charlotte and Campbell, which are right next to each other, and only one of those is owner-occupied, and that's my client's. And we'll go to my client. I think my client wants to be the lawyer, and I'll be the investigative reporter, but that's fine. And I'm happy, certainly, if the board wants to hear from, this isn't. So that's the area that we're talking about, and it is the all of those kind of things that are going on there: the high traffic, the noise, the trash, the drug paraphernalia, the sex paraphernalia, and my client's safety and her partner's safety, and the noise that prompted this in this what we'll call the commercial area, this very much commercial district. Looking at 003, this is the overhead. We've already seen this from Ms. Saldari. The overhead of the property. Again, it's 2 contiguous property. One is the house, which is 812, and then next to it is a vacant lot, which is also owned by Ms. Smith and Mr. Davis, who goes by Davis, and the fence was put around that entire, those 2 properties together as one property. This is how the house, this is what it looks like right now. This is what we're asking for permission on the variance for. We've already talked to, we've already seen, you've already heard what we're asking for. One of the reasons that I think that the error was made in asking no permission is that there are other homes in the area that have 6-foot fences. This is actually right across the street. And if you look at the very bottom here, the white and represents where my clients live. The red, which is right across the street, is a chiropractic center. That's a 6-foot fence across the street from them. If we look at 006, this is actually just to the west of them. That's another 6-foot fence that exists immediately to the west. It's the next block over. There are also other 6-foot fences in the area. While not Hyde Park, it's awfully close. We're looking here at 2757 homes. And then we're looking at, the next one is at 3021 homes. And as I said before, there are only 4 single-family homes on Linwood, and they're between Charlotte and Campbell, which is right where my client's house and property are. These are the 2 houses across the street. You can see to the right, you can see that's the chiropractor, which is the 6-foot fence. Those 2 houses, unfortunately, are chronically empty and have been used for rental houses for years. The tenant in one of them moved out specifically because she felt unsafe and was tired of drug users coming onto the property. The second one has been rented out over and over with little success. And the longest term renter moved out not long ago after someone spray painted slurs across the front of the house. And actually the most recent tenants moved out a couple months ago. And during that time, just before they moved in, and while they were living there, the home was repeatedly broken into. There's no fence in front of this property. And actually on one occasion, my client and her partner were the ones to call the police. This is actually, if we look at, I'm looking at 010, this dangerous building with a fence around it is actually just up the street. Again, this is just across the street to the east. So this dangerous building, which unfortunately, as we all know, can become a magnet for people doing things that perhaps shouldn't be done, but we all face different circumstances. This is just across the street and up a little bit to the east, this dangerous building here. But finally, I want to talk about permission from the neighbors. Certainly this was important, and we appreciate the time that the board's given us to seek those neighbors. On the blue represents the neighbors that we sought permission from. These were neighbors that were contiguous to the property. The blue represents to the left, or which is to the west. Ours is that white's in the middle, and then to the right. The right was just the property you guys approved. And then behind there are 3 properties. We got permission from 800 to 810 Linwood Boulevard. They're in support of what we want. And in fact, and then we got also from 811, 813, and 815 East 31st. And I'll go back and show you. And I know I'm talking quickly, but I know you guys have been here all day, so I'm sure you appreciate that. I'm going to assume you do. Those 3 houses up here are those 3 that we talked about. The lot, the 800 to 810 is right here. And then with regard to the judge, I'm going to say the judge's property just because that's Ms. Hardwick's property. She is not opposed. She will not say consent, but she is not opposed to that property, to ours. And so we've gone on the neighbors. And again, the neighbors behind us have actually thanked us for the fence because they have experienced a lot of the same problems we had, because there's actually a back kind of, I'll call it an alleyway that runs behind there. And so I guess for all of these reasons, we believe there is a good and sufficient cause to grant the exception of a 6-foot fence along the property. It's not going to adversely affect the appearance of the neighborhood or adjacent properties. In fact, we've gotten permission from all of them and no objection from one of them. And then finally, the fence is compatible with the existing residence and building in terms of material, color, and design. Again, I will note this area of Hyde Park, and I certainly appreciate the character of Hyde Park. I have friends that live in the other areas of Hyde Park. This is a commercial area that happens to be where my clients live. We would ask for this additional protection, and it certainly has helped my clients enjoy the property. They want to be there. They want to live there. They've made it their home, their life. And we would ask, and again, apologize for not getting permission first, but certainly would request permission at this time. I would ask briefly, because I know my client will kill me otherwise, if I can ask her if she has any additional comments, if that's okay. I certainly don't want to be a problem for the board. Anything else?
Well,
Go ahead. Yeah, just.
Go ahead, Ms. Smith. You're on.
I don't know. I'm
Go
like,
ahead, go ahead.
I just want to reiterate that, first of all, we didn't realize that we had run afoul of the code, and I grasp that is on us. And I apologize for that. But we did this because we really wanted our little corner of Linwood to actually be nice, and it's been very neglected by the city. And so we thought if we put up the fence and we put up a bunch of landscaping, it would actually help to beautify. And that's everything's kind of stalled out because of this whole process. And so it kind of looks like, nah, right now, like the gate is a placeholder. We haven't been able to stain because we just haven't been able to do any of the things to finish out what the vision was because of this process, which has been elongated, obviously, for a number of reasons. And I apologize for the role that we've played in that. But in a way, the time has been interesting because all of the problems that we were having before have disappeared. We were continually having people try to break into our house. We installed cameras, but all that did was wake us up multiple times a night as people tried to break in. We haven't found any needles or condoms. I can go into my yard and not just spend the time picking up trash, which is kind of nice as well. And I know that the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association officially does not support our ask, but their letter made 2 points. One was that they wanted to maintain, and obviously Chris will speak to this as well. I don't think I'm mischaracterizing, but obviously if I am, he'll say so. That they wanted to maintain a standard for the neighborhood, which I completely can understand, except for we are really not very much a part of the neighborhood in any sort of meaningful way. What works on Jansen Place isn't really working on Linwood Boulevard. And second was a sort of contention that that privacy fences may increase crime, and that some studies show that. My lived experience is that it is absolutely opposite. I have not had one problem since the fence went up. And I know that my other neighbors, you know, like I say, have support our fence because it has decreased traffic on their properties as well. So I guess in a way I'm sort of reiterating, but I just
With more emotion.
But I wanted to at least have a minute to speak that piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I appreciate it. Want to do from Chris?
No, I have questions for that.
Okay, go ahead.
So you want 6 foot, is it 6 foot from grade or is it 6 foot above the retaining wall? Because in this image, I see there's already stone or some material. Would it be 6 foot above that? So it's actually like a 7 foot tall application?
That little retaining wall, the fence is behind it. It actually was
Okay.
just to hold in, and I think the perspective is just weird on that.
6 foot total for the fence from grade?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
And the
That
fence is-
remains there because we were thinking if we did landscaping, that could help keep the landscaping. So that's why it's still there. So that it shows. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I love the landscaping.
Yeah.
It's not there yet. I know
No.
those are artist images, but I do like the landscaping a lot.
Yeah. You too.
I'd like to hear from, go ahead. Do you have more questions? Sorry, I'm not trying to.
I guess you showed a series of other homes that have 6 foot fences, which I understand, but all of them were wrought iron and all of them had transparency. This is completely opaque. So I'm only one board member and I've only been on this board for 5 years, but we don't often grant fences that are completely opaque at that height in the front yard. Have you considered other strategies to improve the transparency, or is this kind of the only method that you're willing to pursue?
Well, a couple things on that. One is, like, for example, this property, which is at Holmes, just over 31st Street, was actually one of the first houses I saw, which in my mind, again, doesn't, mistake the code problem, just didn't occur to me because this is a house that actually is 6 feet above sort of, so it's very, very tall. And it's similarly situated where there's commercial properties on, 2 sides. It actually has more residential to the other side. So I didn't think about that, number one. Number two, the metal fencing is just way, 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 way beyond what we could ever afford. And we were told that, like, sort of the wrought iron fencing was the only thing that was kind of appropriate, and that's just not affordable. We did have some other potential ways to keep the 6 foot that I think we had somewhere that were like, like cutting down to 4 feet and adding like more trellisy for the next 2 feet to create some, but not complete like every other board, so to speak, not that much transparency, because we get back to some similar problems that we're trying to mitigate essentially. It's not that we're entirely opposed to all other ideas. It's just that definitely metal fencing is well beyond what we could ever afford. And so we're stuck dealing with sort of wood, and what are the possibilities with wood? Yeah, so I don't know if that answers your question. I hope so.
thank you.
Okay.
What's the structure in front? Is this the retaining? I can't figure out what this
Okay,
metal structure in front of
that's
the
not a
fence.
metal structure. It's actually an old 3 foot, just over 3 foot or so slatted wood fence that was actually there when we moved in.
Oh, okay.
And again, didn't do anything to, you know.
And that's going
mitigate.
to be removed.
Yeah, it is. Exactly. Everything is sort of in stasis at this point, and it has been for some time, obviously.
Chris, do you want to make some comments here, Mr. Koch?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Chris Koch here, President Hyde Park Neighbor Association again. I did want to just say that the light in which Mr. Bell has portrayed the neighborhood via photographs is rather unfortunate, but it unfortunately is the reality on Linwood that Jordan and has had to live with the last 5 years. So we are extremely understanding of that. We also know that there's a precedent that's being set here. And we've had similar cases in the past for similar requests. Jordan and I did have the luxury of getting together. It was almost, I think it was back in December actually when this case first came up. And we had good conversations and we've been in touch since then, talking through suggestions. So there's been a very open dialogue between the Neighbor Association and her. And I appreciate her for being forthcoming with wanting to meet with us and talk through. So that's been nice because we don't usually always get that. But we did walk through some options that she could go through, and like she mentioned, it seemed like those weren't feasibly possible from a financial standpoint at this point. But I did want to kind of stick with our typical approach that if we're going for a 6-foot fence, that we ask that be kept to like 85% transparency, which is a precedent that's been set by past cases. And we were willing to go on a negotiation here, similarly to what we heard. I think it was for a case at 4400 Block of Troost last month, in which we'd be willing to negotiate to a 5-foot fence at 50% transparency. But we still felt that no fence, fully privacy fence, should be more than 4 feet tall, regardless of the front yard location. It's pretty rare that we as a neighborhood actually air complaints or get complaints from neighbors. And this is a case actually that we received several complaint emails and verbally complaints or concerns, I should say, of the fence that was erected. We a lot of times hear feedback positively, but like I said, it's pretty rare that we hear feedback negative on cases, and this is one in particular. So that's why it's a little difficult for me to say, because I understand that the situation Jordan's in. But as a neighbor association, we can't support the 6-foot privacy fence.
We able to respond, or is that? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I think first of all, we appreciate it, and we did. My clients did meet with the board. I was not part of that. They did meet because we wanted to do it by agreement. We have not heard of any other complaints. We know there was a ticket that was put on there, and that's why we're here. The issue is, unfortunately, and we appreciate the board president saying so, this is a different section of Hyde Park. This is not the same, as my client said, as Jansen Place. If and when, I guess, Linwood is developed as the president of the board wants it to be developed, then we can come back and talk about it. But that's not the reality of the situation. And I appreciate precedent very much. I mean, I'm a lawyer. I appreciate precedent all the time. But let's get, but it needs to be applied in a situation here, which is unique. It's commercial. There are only 4 from Broadway to Prospect, which is about forever in distance, 4 single-family homes, and only one of those is owner-occupied, and that only one is the one here before you today saying, this is what I need to feel safe. This is what I need to be part of this community. This is what I want to do to make it beautiful. And by the way, my neighbors want that too. The neighbors that are contiguous to it, and as part of it, we're going to make it beautiful. And so it's that combo. And again, we're on a 4-lane street. It is a thoroughfare. If anybody doesn't believe me, just go sit there like we did and watch the cars zoom by this way and zoom by this way. It is not a residential neighborhood. It is commercial with 4 houses, and only one of those is owner occupied, and that's my client. We believe that the factors set forth in 27-11B are met. We certainly, if their board's going to force us to take the fence down, we would certainly want to compromise at some situation. We tried initially, But we would ask this be kept this way, and in the future, if that character of that stretch of the neighborhood changes so completely, then call us before here again, and we would absolutely submit to any order of the board. But until that time, until that wish is fulfilled, which it is all of our wishes, we would ask that this be allowed to remain as it is now, with the addition of the flowers or foliage in the beginning to satisfy a beautiful requirement that my clients want, and certainly the neighbors and even the people that pass by want. So we appreciate the board's consideration.
Have you, go ahead. I'm really curious about, you said something about a trellis at the top. I mean, it seems to me that if you cut this down to 4 feet or even 5 feet and the top foot then was open, so the top foot had transparency, that would still give you the security, but it would, I think, greatly improve the look of it. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's just such a,
It is right now. It's a little bit of a box-like thing. And the gate that we have is a placeholder. We were actually going to try to do something that was a little more, we were going to try to spend our wrought iron money there, or some
Right.
nice sort of carpentry work there. But yeah, one of the suggestions that we had for, with Chris and for when we were brainstorming was to do 4-foot privacy, which would be within the code, and ask for 2-foot lattice across the top, which would make it far more.
And that's up here at 019 on exhibit 14. We have that up here. The problem is it doesn't satisfy the 50% requirement, we don't believe. And so if we would certainly be willing, if the board would approve, we're the ones that proposed this. And so if the lattice work,
that, because I don't.
it's up there right now. I apologize. I don't know how to make it.
This is their exhibit.
Oh, okay. It's
This-
just hard to.
I can go ahead if you want.
And I think my partner stained the thing so you could see, not that it would be stained just like that, but just to make it stand out so you could see it in an exhibit.
So
Yeah.
for city staff clarification, so if they did a 4-foot privacy and 2 feet above, they'd still need the variance because it's still the fence. It just happens to be transparent above.
Correct. It would still count as 6-foot fence, but it would have more transparency.
It's also worth noting that that exact same design was rejected by the BZA, I think maybe 4 or 5 months ago for a similar case in Hyde Park.
Well, and again, my request is there is no comparable to this property.
The
That's the
last, the
problem.
last case was a property on Truce. It was mostly commercial around it.
I'm referring to the one on Harrison Street at 34th Street. I think it's 3401 Harrison. It's been a few months now at this point. I can't remember when the date was, but that was the design request and
It was
that
the
was rejected
same
by the board.
opaque fence wood, and we denied that one.
But that was on Harrison, I thought. In Harrison? I thought we said
It
Harrison.
was Truce.
Yeah, corner of 34th
Truce,
and
not on
Harrison.
Well, we certainly are, and we agree with Ms. Moran, the lattice work, it is something that does provide transparency. It provides what the president and board want. I don't know what percentage that is, and I don't want to have to pay an expert, frankly, because I'm working to reduce rate. They're not going to pay an expert to determine what 50% is.
No,
That
but I
looks
think
probably
the
about,
board could
yeah.
grant that as
Okay.
part of the granting of the special exception.
Transparency. I'm just one board member, but I find that still too tall. I walk my dogs through this area pretty frequently. I understand it is a thoroughfare. It is very busy. There are a lot of interesting characters in the neighborhood, so I sympathize with that. But this is not an enjoyable experience walking along the sidewalk. And it's also, you note that it's significantly elevated. So it's already elevated, and then you're having 6 feet. It just feels more imposing along the sidewalk than what I think a pedestrian should experience. I know it is a thoroughfare. It's car-centric right now. But once something's here, it's not going to change in the future. So I'm hesitant to allow something, even if in 10 years, Linwood is this really great, pedestrian thoroughfare. I don't see that changing. I thought the suggestion by the neighborhood association with maybe going to 5 feet as a nice compromise and then looking at adding transparency could be a good way to still maintain the safety of your property and allowing just some visibility and a better presence along the street. But I'm just one board member.
And we could ask for, if you don't, Ms. Mixtor, 5-foot fence with that last part. I don't understand the
Well,
transparency.
they noted that 50% transparency, so that they suggested removing every other picket. So you'd have more of a standard spacing, so you could still see beyond the fence, and then also decreasing the height was what was in their Hyde Park letter. And if that's not something you're interested in, that's fine. That was just what they had suggested as a compromise.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm
it's
in
me.
agreement with that too, because my concern, I think it was a concern with the property on Truce, is with you having the slats so close together, what prevents graffiti? Like what minimizes graffiti for you when you're already having issues with homeless people kind of walking through? And to me, that looks like a canvas. as opposed to different slats missing.
Well, I think the answer, Ms. Wright, is what minimizes it, we have an owner occupier there who cares about their house and who's going to be spending all the time on those flowers and putting up that fence. You have some offsite owner. I agree with you. It's a canvas until someone complains loud enough, someone in LA comes in. Here, we've got the two homeowners sitting right there. So I certainly appreciate, Ms. Wright, your concern. And we have the burden's on them, but also they want that burden because it's their house.
Mr. Bell might not understand the context of the cases we're mentioning. Both of those two cases for Hyde Park, 3401 Harrison and I think it was 4432 Truce, both of those were also owner occupied homes.
They said both of those were owner occupied homes.
To clarify, Chris
I
said.
personally am not opposed to the shorter fence with the lattice on top to give some sense of transparency through there. And I think that was one of your proposals, Mr. Bell.
That's correct. This is the proposal that's up there now. I don't know if everyone can see. This is one of the.
But and with the landscaping,
have
because
a
the
chair.
landscaping would address
the
your
lands-
concern.
yeah.
That would keep graffiti from coming in.
So we would be willing to do that on the front of 812 and 814, a 4-foot with 2-foot lattice and the landscaping
landscaping.
across. We'd be absolutely be willing to do that.
Would you consider 5 foot with a lattice?
That's what I was just gonna ask, or if you went to totally to 5 feet and made the whole thing 5 foot and made the 2-foot lattice on the top, so the total would be 5 feet. Is that, I wasn't sure if that's what you were saying, but it sounds like that's what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. No, I was saying 4 foot plus 2 foot lattice.
Okay.
Or 5 foot and 1 foot lattice.
5.5 feet and a half.
I know, but
It's in a front yard, which, as we said, I'm not setting precedent. This
We-
is not something we do
What-
in the city as a whole. Again,
It is
I'm
pretty
only the board
unique.
I don't think, maybe they come back to that.
I guess my, well, I don't know. If we,
Yeah,
I-
they-
I don't,
Yeah.
I feel like 5 feet could be fine. I just would be curious how much, if you still want transparency, I just have some issues with the every other feels like it's just,
Could we do,
I
could we
wonder
do
if we could do the
5,
5 feet.
5 and 1?
Or no, just the 5, just if it was a 5 foot total, but then create it with the lattice to create, but it would be
Be 4 feet of solid and
something like this, or
Yeah.
3.5, or however, I don't
Okay,
even know.
so,
how
right,
that's
so
done.
4 feet, so with, I guess the proposal we'd ask for is 4 feet of solid, 1 foot of lattice, which would be a total of 5 feet with the shrubbery and the landscaping in the front for the beauty part. And this would apply to just to the front of 812 and 814, which is the street facing portion. We're certainly trying to get a consensus here because we, in part selfishly, but also that's what we're trying to do. We just want to make it work for everybody.
Chris from sorry, go.
No, I said if we go that route, then we'll also still have to ask for the 50% variance, right? It's not 50% transparency.
The 50% was just a neighborhood suggestion. That's nothing
Okay.
that's written in code.
Yeah, we're completing a couple of different past cases. As Chris mentioned, there was a home off of Harrison. Yes, Harrison, I should know because I lived close there. And 34th Street, that had a lattice. But then we had a recent case about a 6-foot fence on Troost, and the opacity of that one was also in question because it's a part of the Troost overlay district.
Did we deny that?
You asked them to
To come
revise their
back, didn't we?
plans, and they did the every other slots.
Yeah.
So you kept it at 6
And
feet,
they-
but
They have since replaced the fence with a metal fence. They
from the
finished.
BRGR.
That was the waiter at El Centro.
Yeah.
But they then, I think, got money to put in a metal fence from some city money. And so I think that's what Chris told me, is that they ended up not even doing that.
Let's talk about your case. not
Yeah.
Yeah, so if we'd ask for 4 foot solid with 1 foot lattice for a total of 5 and not every other slat, that would be, so the see-through part would be the lattice on top.
Right.
And we'll do the beautiful shrubbery in the front to satisfy the beauty aspect. So that we would ask if does that sound like something that people would be willing to consider?
I'd be curious, Chris, from a neighborhood perspective, is that something that is within an acceptable tolerance, or do you still feel that you
It
want
might
to?
be worth sharing the other concerns that I had heard from, I don't know if they were neighbors or just passerbys, but the fact that the fence was constructed with like kind of no consistency in the top rail, so it's just kind of like erroneously following the grade. that was a concern, but and I mention that because that leads me to think that this suggestion might be difficult to accomplish because of how much undulation is in that height of that fence based on the grade. And it might be worth pulling that picture back up of what's there now. Like, I don't know how you'd achieve a consistent top 1 foot with that trellis or lattice work with that variation in height.
I have no doubt that someone for the city will let us know if we don't do it right. That's how we know for sure we're going to get it done right. So I appreciate that concern, but again, this is owner occupied and we want it done right.
Yeah,
I agree.
I was responding to Ms. McStorff's question about whether or not the neighborhood would be supportive of it. And so that's the concern that I would air, not personally, but from the concerns I've heard from other residents.
I'm feeling a little flat-footed by this because I've had several conversations with Chris and none of these complaints have ever been.
Because I didn't think that there would really be an issue that's worth mentioning. Mr. Bell's got me a little flustered.
But when
There's
we were
comments that he's
discussing,
made on behalf of me that I've never said, so that's why I'm a little irritated right now.
So here's what, this is why we post notices on the fence. If someone has a complaint, they need to be here. They're not here. And so what I know is Chris is here, which is great. We appreciate that. But we would ask at this point, we'd ask the board to consider this compromise of a 5 foot total, 1 foot on top of that. I'm sorry, 4 foot solid, 1 foot lattice with the shrubbery in the front for a total of 5 feet from at the cross 812 to 814. And certainly if it's not done correctly, or there is a significant problem with how it's done, then I know we'll be back, we'll get a ticket of some sort and have to correct it. But we certainly want it beautiful because we live there.
I'm just wondering, I'm not opposed to what you just said. I've got other board members you've got to convince as well.
I'm good
I
with
agree.
that. I actually think that 2 foot would look a little more proportional, but 4 foot.
But
and
the
1
4
foot,
and 2 or 5 and
yeah,
2?
the 4 and 2, but that makes it taller,
From a
so.
pedestrian experience, it is very unenjoyable.
Okay.
At a 6 foot height
Right.
along the front of a house.
Yeah,
Again,
so
that's
that
just
makes
my
it more
opinion,
eye
but
level.
Even with the lattice.
It's right along the sidewalk, so as you walk, it's just this imposing.
Yeah, okay,
So when you're set back, I understand it because you have a little distance and a breathing room.
right.
But as a pedestrian, you just don't have that buffer in this location.
So do any other, I think am I allowed to, if I fall out of line, just tell me.
Keep talking.
I think Miss Miranda seems like they're okay with the 4 and 1. Miss Mixdorf sounds like you're okay.
Like 4 foot.
4 foot total. All right. Mr. Ebbets, sounds like they're okay.
4 and 1.
4 and 1. Miss.
Yeah, but we're not.
God, I don't know how many people do I have to convince? How many people do I
You
have?
can't pull the group
Oh,
that
sorry,
way.
sorry.
You got take.
I asked when I step out of turn, if I need to do it.
Yeah,
I just
you're
don't
out
know.
of
Do we
turn.
have, I don't know how many people we have. I apologize. The majority.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Well, you got to convince 4 of us.
Well, either I think
4 out of
we've
5.
been on this case for
Yeah.
30.
It's actually 3.
We're about done.
A majority of the quorum would be 3.
For fences.
Oh, yeah, that's
3.
right. That's
So we
3.
just need 3.
Okay, so we would ask the board to take, I don't know if I'm allowed to do that, but to vote on 4 solid plus
No,
1
you
left.
can't do that. No, we tell you
make
what
them-
we're going to vote on.
I apologize, Mr. Evans.
It's good.
Thank you.
No, it's all good. All right, what do you want to do, kids?
Out of this one, so.
Yeah, you're not.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
make that motion and we can see how the vote.
Yeah, let's see how it
if you
goes.
want. In docket items number 16 and 17, cases number 168 and 169, I move that we approve the request, but require that the fence be reduced to a total of 5 feet, and 4 feet of it would be allowed to be a solid fence, and 1 foot, some kind of transparent fence, either a lattice or whatever you can do to make the top foot transparent, but also conditioned on substantial landscaping as shown in this, in your exhibit, in the staff report, be added.
I have a motion.
Second.
Real quick, Stephanie, that's the landscaping plan is not in your staff report, but it's in exhibit 14, right?
It should also be in my staff report.
Yes,
The
it is on
landscaping.
page 10 and 11 of the staff
Yep,
report.
okay, just making sure I wrote the
one
motion correctly.
More thing, I know you proposed the wrought iron gate, which just the gate, which would give more transparency. Could that be added to that condition to change the
That gate not there now?
No, we have a placeholder gate. Yeah, because we're looking around.
The landscaping has the proposed wrought iron gate, which would create some more transparency.
Okay, I amend my motion to include that requirement.
We want to make sure we have a transparent gate. The wrought iron is the goal. We're just still we are trying to source everything and then kaboom. So I guess my only hesitancy would be, what if I can't find that right?
Okay, well, we'll make
It
it.
can be a
Still make
metal,
it
it can be a
transparent.
metal. We've seen aluminum fences. It doesn't have to be wrought iron, which is kind of pricey.
Right. No,
And we'll just say a transparent.
okay.
gate.
Okay. That's the goal.
Okay, 4-foot fence, 1-foot lattice, condition that the landscaping plan and transparent gate is in accordance with the staff report.
That's my motion.
Okay, and sorry, who seconded it?
I didn't.
Okay.
Second.
Mr. Gorens, voting.
Oh, aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Opposed.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets. Motion passes.
Good luck with the fence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought they were shaking hands.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna do this last case.
Thanks for the
No.
laugh.
Yeah, hopefully the staff can. Yeah. It's another fence. Gotta love those.
Okay, yep. Last item for today, docket item 18, CD BZ 2024-105. This is a request to approve a special exception to permit a fence greater than 4 feet in height on a corner lot, plus any additional variances on about 0.27 acres generally located at 5204 North Virginia Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. It looks like the applicant came in the room with us. There's no one else online or in the room with us.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being patient through our cases today. I've got to wait for this one exhibit to pop up here on my screen, and then I'll be right with you. So just give me another second or two. All right. Yeah, it's coming, almost there. Progress at 92%.
The internet's been not the best as of late.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Finally, thank you for your patience. I'm going to swear you both in here in just a second because you're the only two people here. And sorry. All right. Before we swear you in, we're going to have you identify yourselves.
Alan Avey.
Thank you.
Chris Hovde.
Thank you, Chris and Alan. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you. Part of your case today is an exhibit from 1 to 10. I need you to admit those to hear your case.
Yes.
Thank you. And part of that is a presentation by Mr. Connor Tomlin to your left. Connor, tell us about the case.
All right, we have docket 18, CD BZA 2024-105 at 5204 North Virginia Avenue in an R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a special exception to permit a fence height greater than 4 feet in the street side yard on a corner lot, plus any additional variances as needed. This is the general location of the site, just south of Gladstone. Closer look at the site itself. This is a plan submitted by the applicant. You'll see that black line there illustrates where the fence sticks out into that side yard. This is an alternative view. Same thing, that black line indicates where it sticks out into the side yard. Rather, street side yard. This is an illustration of the fence as it's constructed with various heights from grade, the largest being 9'7". And this is a more clear color image of how that fence is constructed. The variance request is a special exception of 5 feet 7 inches to the maximum height of a fence on a corner lot to permit a fence height of 9 feet 7 inches on the subject site within that street side yard. That is a 140% increase from the permitted height. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Properties in this neighborhood are generally compliant with fence code requirements. Fences have a limited height on corner lots due to safety concerns to pedestrians and vehicles. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, and that concludes my presentation.
All right. Thank you, Connor. Any questions of Mr. Tomlin? Mr. Avery, are you speaking on the case or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Tell us why we should approve your request today, sir.
With the side yard being as large as it is, we originally had a 6-foot privacy fence that was pulled back to the edge of the driveway or the edge of the garage, or actually beyond that because of the tree that's in the way to put a fence there. We've got a large dog and needed some actual backyard space because the backyard is not very deep with the patio and stuff that's there. So whenever we started reconstructing the privacy fence, we went out the additional 16 foot. We spoke to the neighbor behind us and talked to her before we ever extended it out to make sure she was okay with it, because she is the one that would directly affect with her backing out of her driveway. She said she had no issues with it. We went ahead and did it. We kept it back 26 foot from the edge of the road. You can sit at the corner of 52nd Terrace in North Virginia and look clearly up the hill. So nothing's right in your face. The height of the fence does variate throughout because we are on a very steep lot. So we started at 6 foot on the highest point of the fence. As we worked down, it got taller, of course, because we're going downhill. But you also notice that we stepped it a couple of boards ever so often to drop that overall height. We did that so that we would actually maintain privacy from the road. Because if we were down at 6 foot, the road sits higher than our yard does. So everybody's looking into our yard all the time. So from an aesthetic standpoint, a safety standpoint, and just a privacy standpoint, and the amount of money and effort that we've been putting into the property trying to improve it, because I've lived there for 15 years. The property got out of date, got in bad shape, and the last 3 years, new paint, a lot of work trying to improve the neighborhood.
6 foot tall vines that we've been trying to pull out for 3 years. We replaced the entire the back fence between the property and hers. Her fence was actually falling down. We replaced all of that.
So I probably should have asked her to write a letter. She said she would. She's got a lot of, she's a retired school teacher. She's actually walks her dog through the neighborhood all the time. And she said it would be a shame if it came down because that everybody has walked by it, including the people when we're working in the yard, stop and just compliment us on how good it looks and what a great thing it is. But it just gives us a sense of being able to enjoy our backyard without being on display for everybody.
Well, you heard the comments from the previous case. So this last picture, yes, the one you guys are looking at now with from the base of the tree, which looks like grade level to me, to the top board, I think you said that's 8 foot?
Yeah, 8.
Here, the largest measurement that I see right here to the left of the tree would be 9'7", unless I am.
From grade?
Yeah, on the left-hand side of the tree.
Yes.
And then it steps down 2 boards because of the slant of the lot.
To what?
8'10".
Yeah, it looks like 8'10", and then over here where that little door is, it looks like that's 7 foot. Can't quite tell, 1.5 maybe.
I think it's 7 foot 1.5, I believe.
And what's on the other side? I see a white thing. Is that
Through that
a pool or
no,
what is
through
that?
That's actually a pergola.
A pergola, okay.
Through that little door, there's actually a step up with a lower patio. And then it goes up to the main patio. So,
Gentlemen, it's a tall fence. I can't remember the last time we granted an 8-foot solid fence. I can't. And then it gets taller as you look to the left of this tree as I'm looking at it. And did you have this constructed by a company or did you guys do it
we
yourself?
did it
We
ourselves.
didn't know.
We
I
didn't know.
apologize. We did it
Yeah.
ourselves.
We put
have
in
to
these
be
4x6s that were tall because we didn't know how tall we needed whenever we spent
Right.
over a week drilling holes in clay.
I know you worked hard on it. I can see the effort, but obviously somebody in the neighborhood didn't like it because they must have complained. So you might have to come back to us with a different proposal. Not sure even today what you might suggest. I'm just one board member, but it seems way too tall to me, guys. And I'm sorry to say that to you because I know you worked hard on it, but it's just way too tall.
What are thought processes? I mean, I'm open to suggestions if you.
Ms. Mixdorf is our fence person, maybe.
I don't know about that. I mean, have you considered other options? Have you already thought about that? Like if you just dropped it, I mean, even 6 foot's already asking for a variance and the variance you're requesting is almost 6 foot in and of itself over our standard 4 foot that's allowed.
Right. And where I'm stumbling, forgive me, is because of the grade of the land.
Couldn't you just step it? I mean, even at 6 foot still taller, the thing you do have going for it, you're further back from a sidewalk.
No,
You're not having that same kind of pedestrian experience that maybe another case was having. But I feel like there could be a way, 6 foot still over what's required, but a way to step down with 6 foot in a reasonable manner. You probably lose your door because the door would probably be, I mean,
Right.
top of that door is probably already at 6 foot, but it's just a very imposing, opaque mass.
And just a thought, because at the very top of the yard, the fence is 6 foot tall. So as you go through those dimensions where it starts stepping down, we gain a couple of foot or a foot and a half. And that's, I mean, if I start, if I go 6 inches on 6 foot on the high part, then I'm gonna be down to, a lot shorter.
A lot of step downs.
It'd be a lot of step downs, but it'd actually get very short too, just because of the grade of the land. That's where I'm stumbling on how to try to get it down. And I'm willing to do whatever we need to do. I'm afraid if we take it down to 6 foot max on the highest point, then basically it's going to be, some of the areas will be 4 foot.
I guess
because of
I
the
don't
way it steps
understand
in.
how that math would work. It looks like it's just a consistent slope. So if you have 6 foot here and 6 foot here or 5 foot, even if you lowered it at the house and you just kept lowering it
I think
down, it should just follow the slope
The requirement would be 6 feet from grade.
from grade.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At
So if
every
you're
point.
elevated here, then you can go 6 feet, but eventually you're gonna be still sloping down as the elevation slope down.
It was probably the construction of it because this is actually vertically done.
Yeah.
So it's 2x8s screwed
Gotcha.
between poles.
Okay,
So
you're right.
you've got poles going, you got your boards going like this, so they're running horizontally. But anyway, so that's where we get into if
I see.
that's where I'm stumbling with. I mean, if it was a standard picket fence, you could just step them down and again,
Well-
I'm not opposed to changing it. I want maybe some suggestions on what you might think we could do to get there so that
I'm just kind of confused where the door is.
Uh-huh.
That's your neighbor's property.
No.
So
and,
the garage that's next to the door,
that's our house.
That's his house.
Yeah.
The neighbor they're referencing is the one left of the tree.
Yeah, the yellow.
oh, the yellow is the name.
I had that reversed.
Yeah.
No, that is the brown house is our house.
Okay.
One that
I
looks
was-
black in the image.
Yeah.
Put it on the line
Okay.
today.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
totally confused.
It's
Okay.
it's a gray / brown.
And your fence, does that intrude onto her property, the one with the yellow house on the left?
We're on the
Like it
property
almost-
line and she actually had her privacy gate replaced after we did, because we did the back fence as well. That was originally her fence and it was falling over. It was rotted off and falling over. So we rebuilt all of that.
And is that 6 foot then,
It's
since
a
hers
6
is
foot,
in her
yeah.
side yard, not the
Yeah.
front yard?
So as you go towards the back of the yellow house, that's a 6-foot fence in the same construction material as this one? Or is it?
It looks to me like if you started out with 6 foot next to the driveway and then just kind of stepped it up from there, you wouldn't, the top wouldn't be that tall because
No, we'd be down to probably in some areas, we might be down to 4.5 to 5.
but it would
foot.
still block the view because it's a higher elevation. So
Whenever we had the 6-foot pickets before, we could actually sit on our patio and see people. Because the
On the
road sits
street.
up higher than the elevation of we're on a weird lot.
A lot of great change.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess options, we can continue your case and you can come back with a different design, or we can vote on what you've provided today.
Guess we'll see what other options we can come up with, because I mean, I don't want to take it down to 4 foot at all. I mean, if I can keep from it, I mean, the purpose was some privacy and security, and we spent a lot of money doing it.
and we've approved 6-foot fences before, it is way back from the road.
Right.
Generally with a 6-foot fence, we want some transparency, but because it's so far back, maybe that would, but yeah, I'd like to see your suggestions to.
Maybe get an architect opinion, someone professional who looks at fences every day. Although maybe that's what you do in real life, so.
No.
All right, so would you like to come back in October or November, sir?
October date is what?
October 9th, and then November is November 13th.
We do November because I've actually got a meeting
Sure.
scheduled on the 9th.
Give
of
yourself some
October.
time and come back with ideally, I mean, we've seen this before, you haven't, but maybe a couple different proposals and sketches, things like that. Doesn't have to be.
Yeah, and if you could bring us photographs of more your house plus showing the road. You're talking about the grade of the road and
Yeah.
everything, but we don't have a picture
No,
of that.
okay, I
stuff.
can do that. That's not
Okay.
a problem.
All right. What's the meeting date?
13th. So I would offer a motion.
Thank you.
In case number 105, I move we continue this until the November 13th hearing.
Second.
Second by Ms. Moran.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Nixdorf,
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you November 13th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We need to get it.
October date.
October 9th.
9, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, just if we do, then you just let me know. Maybe we need to get one before.
And 2 in 1 week for me.
I'd rather pick another week.
Yeah,
No new signs.
that would be easier. Yeah, that would be less of a burden.
So the one on Troost, like at 40th and Troost.